Supervisor, Luis Alejo.
Good morning. How's everybody doing today? All right. As I said, I'm Monterey County Supervisor Luis Alejo. I'm also the chair of the Leading Home Leadership Council for Continuum Care for both Monterey and San Benito counties. To start us off, though, we want you to turn to your right or to your left, and please say buenos dias to somebody at your table there, please. All right? And there's something that you don't know, all right? You just stick with all your colleagues. If there's somebody that you don't know, say hi to that person as well. That's how we do it in Salinas. If you're from Monterey County, can you please raise your hand or yell and yell? All right. This is not fair, but let's say San Benito County. Yeah. Kollin over here as well, the supervisor. All right. I want to thank you for joining us this morning for our third Lead Me Home Summit on Homelessness. And we have over 300 elected education, community, faith, neighborhood, nonprofit, and government leaders who joined us for this event. We are also streaming this live on our Monterey County YouTube and Facebook pages, so if there's people who couldn't join us, please send them those links so they can watch from home or the office. And also, just want to say what an outstanding turnout, and it reflects the tremendous interest in being part of solutions here in our respective counties. I want to thank each and every one of you for caring enough for being here this morning, and wanting to help address one of the greatest challenges of our times, and that is to address our housing and homelessness crisis, which we know those two policy areas go hand in hand. We have some great workshops. We have 3 learning sessions here today. We also want you to stay for lunch because we have some awards to also give out. But I also want to thank all the tremendous organizers who put this event together. And I want to first of all recognize Katrina McKenzie. Let's give her. All this hard work. I also want to thank all our partners, the Coalition of Homeless Service Providers, the Community Foundation, the City of Salinas, the County of Monterey, and all of you as well, which they'll get mentions later. After devising our five-year plan to end homelessness in 2022, our Lead Me Home Leadership Council Board had directed that this summit to be held to bring policymakers and community leaders together to get us on the same page, on the same strategy, and to help us better support and inspire each other to carry on the needed work in our respective counties. We know this is not easy, and we know that we don't have enough champions to address our homelessness crisis, but it is happening. The work that we are accomplishing is because all of you, but we need to recruit more decision makers, more elected officials, and so we want to also encourage you to get more of your colleagues and people that you know involved. And as we all know, if we're honest with ourselves, this work is not easy. It takes a lot of courage, a lot of leadership, and it's not going to be solved overnight. But we recognize that we do need more of us to work together for the short and long term to reduce homelessness in our communities and carry out this needed work in the right way, with compassion, with dignity and respect for those that we are trying to help. I also wanted to take a moment to recognize some of the elected officials that we have here. I want to recognize from the City of Salinas. He's holding it up for all the City Council and the Mayor. Give it up for Salinas Councilmember Tony Barrera over there. We also want to recognize we have some of our law enforcement officials. Salinas Police Department. That's the way to do it, Marina. Thank you. Because we certainly need our law enforcement officials to work with us as well. Our education officials, any school board members, but I know I got the County Office of Education. Let's give it up for them as well. Hopefully they need something to do with us later. And from my colleague, who I'll introduce in a bit, but let's give him some love as well. San Benito County Supervisor, Kollin Kosmicki as well. We'll be here at 10 o'clock, so in a few minutes. Let's give it up for my colleague, Supervisor Wendy Rudascu. And last but not least, those who serve on the Lead Me Home Leadership Council Board, could you please stand up as well if you're here today? Let's give them a round of applause, everybody. These are some of our folks. We meet almost once every 2 months, try to address homelessness, and we appreciate them volunteering their time to serve with us. To get things started, I want to invite the co-chair of the Leaving Home Leadership Council and the San Benito County Supervisor, Kollin Kosmicki. He has been serving as a county supervisor since 2021, and he represents Aromas, San Juan Bautista, and parts of Hollister, and maybe some other parts of San Benito County that I'm missing. Let's give it up for Kollin Kosmicki, everybody.
Yeah, first of all, it's just really wonderful to see so many people in a room together. You know, I can feel the excitement, I can feel the passion in this room, and I'm just really excited for everybody to be involved in a great day of productive dialogue and activities as we embark on continuing to take on this immense challenge that we have in front of us. I also want to give a shout out to all the organizers to this event, Katrina McKenzie, Executive Director of the Coalition, and just want to say it takes a lot of work to put this together, to have all the people here in this room, all the speeches, all the workshops, all the activities. There's just a lot of work that goes into it, so really want to say we appreciate all the organizers, everybody involved, all the agencies that took time to come out here today. It's going to be well worth your while. So good morning to all esteemed guests. It's my pleasure to welcome you to the 2025 Lead Me Home Summit on Homelessness. This is our now annual gathering of stakeholders, service providers, people with lived experience. We all have a shared commitment to improve the lives of thousands and thousands of residents in our communities who need our help. And again, just to reiterate, I'm Kollin Kosmicki. I'm a supervisor of San Benito County, served with Supervisor Alejo and many others on the Leadership Council. It is an honor to be involved with this effort. I can tell you that there have been a lot of very productive discussions and initiatives that have gone forward, and we're excited to keep the work going. And I'll just say, you know, we all want to end homelessness. It's an ambitious goal, and we're going to continue working toward that goal. It may seem impossible at times. It may seem sometimes we take some steps back, but we can see in this room here today that we have a group of people who are ready to take on the challenge. And we may not always agree precisely on how to take it on. We may not agree on how to approach this inherently complicated path to reach this incredibly ambitious goal. But I know I can say without a shred of hesitation that everyone in this room, everyone, I know it, shares a united commitment toward helping these individuals turn their lives around. A commitment toward shattering the seemingly unbreakable cycle of poverty, toward addressing mental health and addiction issues that all too often lead people to a path of hopelessness and ultimately homelessness. And we're all here because we care deeply. We're here because we care deeply about the well-being of others, our neighbors, and we're willing and ready to take on this immense challenge. We're here to collaborate. Last year's inaugural in-person summit was a tremendous success. We had 327 attendees, 28 speakers. There were 3 learning sessions, 8 discussion topics, and the event really did spark an enthusiastic outlook, dialogue on innovative ideas on how to reduce homelessness. This year, we're glad to announce that we've reached our capacity, essentially, of 350 participants with 29 exceptional speakers across 12 different sessions throughout the day. And these speakers include experts from all levels of government, national, state, local, and voices. We're going to hear voices from homeless service providers and a first-time partnership with Office of Education Representation, which we're very excited about. You know, a lot of these issues really do start with the schools, and you know, we can never forget that there are countless children out there who are you know, going through their lives, no choice of their own, facing these challenges with their families, and the schools really are at the heart, they're at the core of dealing with these issues as well. So it's really wonderful to have school representation here this year. And I will say, it goes without saying that the turnout here today does reflect a dedication in our communities to address homelessness in thoughtful ways. And we do need to be thoughtful. This is not going to be easy, we know that. At the same time, we do absolutely need to explore uncomfortable solutions to the crisis. We cannot simply rely on the playbook that hasn't always worked. The numbers do not lie. We all know that we got the numbers this year again, and we're facing a daunting task here. The homelessness crisis is getting worse. We have more homeless individuals in Monterey, San Benito County, and we're ready to take it on. We're all passionate about ending homelessness, but the problem is only worsening across the nation, across the state, our local communities. Like I said, our populations have grown substantially. We must acknowledge that we've moved further away from our goal. That said, we're not always going to agree on every solution. Some of us believe in encampment cleanups, some of us do not. Some of us believe in ideas like care court, some of us do not. Some of us believe more housing opportunities will largely solve the issue, and some of us do not. Some of us believe focusing on mental health solutions will largely solve the problem, and some of us do not. The truth is, real progress is likely going to necessitate a wide spectrum of all these approaches. It'll likely necessitate each and every one of us accepting and listening to others' differing viewpoints. It will likely necessitate we all challenge our own deeply rooted beliefs and principles. And while none of us have the perfect answers to this challenge, because if we did, we wouldn't be sitting here today, I can promise you one thing is necessary if we're going to accomplish our ultimate goal. We must do things differently than we have in the past, in many ways than how we are doing things now, because history doesn't lie. As we move through these sessions today, I encourage you to think boldly, to speak bluntly but respectfully, and to ask difficult questions. We're here to make progress, and we can only do that together with open minds about how to get there. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kollin, and we want to appreciate his leadership. Our continuum of care, for those that don't know what a continuum of care is, we're a separate entity from the county or from our cities. We do get federal and state funding streams, and we are one of 44 continuums of care in the state of California, despite having 58 different states. But San Benito and Monterey are placed together in this COC, and it's been critical having our partners from San Benito County working also together with us to make sure that we're making progress. And I'm totally in agreement. There's a lot of different approaches. We don't always agree on everything, but we have more collaboration today than we've ever had in each of our respective counties and also between both counties. Before we move on to the next speaker, I wanted to do some housekeeping items. Ms. Katrina McKenzie wanted me to tell all of you to please download our digital agenda. We're saving paper, so on that little thing there on your tables, there's some barcodes. The one to your left is the agenda itself. The one is in the center is the community input survey session that we're also asking you to fill out. So while you're here, if you can fill out the community input session, survey, and then also you could download the agenda as well. That would help us to follow what the program is today. We also wanted to check in on the WOVA app as well. I'm not sure what WOVA app is, but those that do, please check in as well. All right. Let's see. Next, we were scheduled to have our keynote speaker, Meghan Marshall, the executive director for the California Interagency Council on Homelessness. She was appointed to her position by Governor Gavin Newsom in March of 2023. And she has over 17 years of experience working in the public sectors of public health, behavioral health, human services, housing, and homelessness, including county government. She unfortunately could not be here today, but she has prepared a video, and we will ask our tech team to play that speech at this time. Thank you.
Hello everyone, it's truly an honor to join you virtually, my apologies, for the 2025 Lead Me Home Summit on Homelessness. I want to begin by saying thank you to the organizers, the frontline workers, the advocates, and the local leaders there in Monterey County who are doing the hard work, or if you're a social worker, the hard work every single day. What you're doing matters and it is making a difference. My name is Meghan Marshall. I'm the Executive Officer for the California Interagency Council on Homelessness. And this work is incredibly personal for me. When I was a little girl, my mom and I had an old baby blue station wagon. And if you're not familiar, station wagons don't have a traditional trunk, but a long cargo space with windows all around that give you almost a 360-degree view from the back. All that to say, it was perfect for the drive-in movie theaters, and I'll date myself a little bit more here, but remember seeing the Jetsons movie in 1990 at a drive-in here in Sacramento and thinking how cool I was, all propped up in the back of the station wagon with my blankets, my pillows, my snacks, and having like a recognition of how great my mom was to make simple things like this, like drive-in special. We also went camping along our Sacramento River Parkway in that station wagon. And I went to school so excited to tell my friends that my mom and I got to live in our car and how much fun we were having together. My mom had gone to painstaking lengths to make this time in our lives feel like an adventure. And it wasn't until we were in the welfare office that I realized it was not an adventure. And at 6 years old, I didn't quite understand what the caseworker was saying to my mom, but I knew by her tone it wasn't good. She kept using the word homeless, which really didn't make any sense to me because my mom always told me home was where we were together, and we were always together. So when I think about that one interaction these 32 years later, I still feel the same dominant emotion today that I felt then but didn't have the vocabulary for, and that's rage. My mother was doing everything she could to shield me from that reality and from the fear and instability that come with not having a physical place to call home. In my mother's most desperate time of need, this caseworker made sure to do everything she could to make my amazing mother feel undeserving and ashamed. But that one brief experience left a very permanent mark on me. It shaped who I am and is why I care so deeply about this work. It's why today I have the privilege of serving as the Executive Officer for the California Interagency Council on Homelessness. And every day I carry that little girl who so badly wanted to tell that mean woman at the welfare office to leave her mommy alone with me in this role. And today, I want to celebrate someone else who brings heart, brilliance, and sheer audacity to this work. Roxanne Wilson, of course, is your Director of Homeless Services. Roxanne doesn't just lead, she leads boldly. She brings people together when systems want to pull them apart. She speaks the truth, even, and I would say especially when it's uncomfortable. And she never lets bureaucracy get in the way of humanity. Roxanne, the entire state sees you as a model of what's possible when leadership is rooted in love, equity, and relentless action. Thank you for your partnership and for serving on Cal ICH's advisory committee. A little bit about Cal ICH. We are not a funder. We are not an overseer. We are a policy driver, a technical assistance partner, and a data powerhouse. We're here to support counties like yours to help make sense of systems, break down silos, and create real sustainable solutions to homelessness. Whether it's helping you refine coordinated entry systems, interpret your system performance data, or connect with peers across the state, we're here to walk beside you. We know local leadership is where change happens, and it's our job. It's the job of the state to make sure you don't have to go it alone. And for the first time ever, the state of California has a plan that doesn't just call on others to act, it holds itself accountable too. Our statewide action plan to prevent and end homelessness includes goals, measurable outcomes, and timelines to track our progress, not just for local communities who are implementing programs, but for state government itself. We believe that if we're going to ask others to lead with urgency and transparency, the state must do the same, because accountability starts at the top. I do want to speak plainly for a moment. Not every community is showing up. Some cities in California still treat homelessness like it's someone else's problem. They point to their small numbers and step away from the table. They push people experiencing homelessness into neighboring jurisdictions. They fail to plan, they fail to invest, they fail to lead. But let me be very clear, on behalf of the administration, no one gets to sit this out. This is a statewide crisis, and every single jurisdiction, big or small, city or county, has a role to play. The trauma of homelessness doesn't care about geographical boundaries, and neither should our responses. No jurisdiction should have the ability to derail projects or policy to address this crisis. That's not partnership, that's obstruction. We need shared accountability, we need shared urgency, because when one community opts out, everyone pays the price. So whether you're a large urban center, a rural community, or a beautiful coastline, the responsibility is shared, and so is this opportunity. Yes, this work is hard, budgets are tight, systems are strained, the needs are overwhelming, but progress is possible, and Monterey County is absolutely proof of that. You are doing the work, you are showing what it means to lead with integrity and urgency, you're trying new things, you're embracing accountability, and most importantly, you're refusing to give up. Truly, communities like yours are the reason this work moves forward. And I'll close with this. The system failed my mother and me. She did everything right. She worked hard, full-time job at that, stayed hopeful, put her child first, and still she was met with shame instead of support. We weren't treated with dignity, we weren't seen, and we weren't helped in the way that we needed. That should never happen to anyone, ever. And I'm here today in this role, in this fight, really, because I want better. Better for every mother holding it all together, better for every child wondering why safety feels so out of reach, and better from a system that should exist to serve and not to punish. So I will not stop pushing, I will not stop demanding, and I will not stop working until every person in California has what my mom and I needed the most: a home, dignity, and a system that doesn't turn its back when it's needed the most. Thank you for being in this fight with me. Thank you for believing that better is possible. And thank you, Monterey County, for showing the rest of the state what it looks like when local leadership refuses to give up. Let's keep going together. Thank you all.
We definitely appreciate her words and her partnership, and I did want to just jump in and give accolades to the one and only Roxanne Wilson as well. Let's give her a round of applause for representing us. Yeah, stand up. All right. This is one of our unsung heroes. You may not see her out in the meetings, but she's working behind the scenes, and almost every crisis, every emergency, Roxanne has a role, and we're really glad to have her leadership within our county. Also joining us is our assistant CEO. Let's give her Debbie Polinelli as well. Get to meet her, Debbie Byrne, our assistant CEO, from Fresno County to Monterey not too long ago, and we love having her leadership as well. I want to next introduce our plenary speaker, Alex Visotzky, who is a senior California policy fellow for the National Alliance to End Homelessness, who will be speaking on progress, challenges, and the road ahead. Alex's mission is to ground California's response to homelessness in the best practices available. His prior experience includes working in local government, most recently as the Los Angeles Homeless Services Authority, the lead entity for the Los Angeles Continuum of Care, where he focused on legislative, policy, and community engagement work. So he definitely has insights, experience, and a lot of street cred. Let's give him a big Monterey County welcome as well.
Feels like a party with the red cups everywhere. Hope we can keep that vibe going. First of all, I want to thank all of you so much for having me here in Monterey County and the San Benito County community. It's really a privilege and an honor to share space with all of you. This is a community that's gotten a lot of amazing things done on homelessness in the face of so many challenges, whether it's devastating flooding in 2023, to continuing to get folks housed in one of the toughest housing markets in the country. All of you deserve a round of applause for continuing to find ways to make it happen amid these challenges, so thank you so much. When the coalition and when Roxanne asked me to come speak to you all today, they asked me to speak about the progress we've seen in our field, the challenges we're facing, and the road ahead. I was a little afraid of this charge. I can talk about the progress. I can talk about the wins we've seen over the years. There are many, and my organization, the National Alliance to End Homelessness, meticulously tracks the data and the stories that show the many ways that we are, in fact, making progress on homelessness. I'll talk about some of those because they're really important to keep taking stock of. And yes, I can certainly talk about the challenges. I could probably spend all day talking about the challenges, from the in-the-weeds challenges of funding supportive services in our PSH buildings, to the big picture challenges of how we convince the public that the right way to solve homelessness is not by hiding people from public view, but by getting them into housing. Talking about the road before us, the way forward, how we keep making progress and forging ahead when so much feels so broken. I felt like I suspect many of you feel in this moment at a bit of a loss. Every day feels like a new deluge of headlines, executive orders, and even capitulations from some of those that we entrust to fight for our interests. It's enough to make you want to pull the covers up all the way. At our holiday party at the Alliance back in December, we did a white elephant gift exchange. And I think it was telling that at least 4 people in our office gave weighted blankets. I suspect those blankets have been put to good use. So when it came to thinking about the road ahead, I really sat with this question for a bit, and eventually I came to thinking about how I got into this work. And no, I don't mean what my first job was in the homeless response world, but what called me to this work long before I worked at the National Alliance, or before I worked at the LA Continuum of Care, or the scrappy community-based organizations that I was at when I first got to Los Angeles. I grew up in New York City, part of the Jewish community on the Upper West Side of Manhattan. And like most Jewish families in my community, my folks expected me to get bar mitzvahed, which is a coming-of-age ritual that happens at the age of 13, which really marks when you become a full member of the community. I was a typical adolescent, so I was not exactly philosophical about the ritual of becoming an adult or a full member of my community that could make decisions for myself. Nevertheless, my folks were insistent on one thing. Before I could become bar mitzvahed and go through this ritual, I would have to dedicate several months to weekly community service somewhere in the neighborhood. Being part of a community, they told me, meant showing up for your neighbors and lending a hand when neighbors were in need. And so, not thinking too hard about it, I picked an organization called the Momentum Project, which provided free meals and case management to housing insecure and homeless New Yorkers with HIV and AIDS. Now this was the 90s, and something to know about New York City in the 90s. This was Rudy Giuliani's New York. Giuliani rose to power in New York City by stoking fear of the other, by spinning dark stories of chaos and disorder. He declared war on the poor, whether it was launching stop and frisk, criminalizing panhandling, or leaning into stereotypes about dependency and welfare. That was the New York we were in. And that narrative permeated into the culture, whether you agreed with it or not. It permeated into the stories we heard adults tell. So when I showed up to serve that first day at the Momentum Project as a 12-year-old, I really didn't know what to expect. Of course, I was immediately welcomed into a community of warm, kind people who, despite their diagnosis, despite their housing insecurity, laughed harder and hugged harder than anyone I had ever met. I met people who, when we were short-staffed And even sometimes when we weren't, would throw on an apron and a hairnet, grab a ladle and start serving. People who, despite being clients, wanted to serve, wanted to be helpful and lend a hand to their community and their neighbors. And I remember being struck that first afternoon I went, before we all sat down and ate dinner together, when everyone in the room gathered in a circle, held hands, and said the words of a prayer that I know will be familiar to some of you in this room. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. The serenity prayer, right? I know many of you who have worked in recovery spaces, or if you've been to AA, you've heard it. I don't know if I believe in God, and I don't think it meant too much to me as a 12-year-old, but as I heard that prayer, every week it became etched into my brain. And time again, I find that I come back to it in moments of doubt, moments of fear, moments of not really knowing what my place is in the work. I would hear that prayer every week for the next 6 years as I served at the Momentum Project. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, and the wisdom to know the difference. I know there's many mornings when I look at my phone first thing and I see the headlines and it's that first part, right? God, grant me the serenity. And that's when I force myself to think about the progress, the many things that we have gotten done. On the national level, we've seen the evidence that Housing First works. When nationwide we saw declines in homelessness every year from 2010 to 2016 after HUD incentivized the switch to the model. With our veterans, we've seen what it looks like when housing resources are paired with supportive services and robust levels of care, all of it using a Housing First approach. Nationally, we've seen veteran homelessness fall by 55% since 2010. And here in California, even here in California, we've seen veteran homelessness fall by 45% since 2011. We've seen just in the last couple of years, the state of California go from minuscule investments, pretending homelessness wasn't a state issue, to investing billions in one-time funding. And we know that that's not enough, and this is the part where I was supposed to kind of harangue Meghan, but she's not here, so I can't do that. We know that's not enough. We know we need ongoing funding. But in the last couple years, we've seen ongoing funding go from just a whisper in the Capitol to something that Republicans and Democrats are talking about openly in both the Senate and Assembly. We've seen folks in the public around the country increasingly begin to understand what all of us in this room, I think, intuitively understand. That homelessness growing and becoming more visible all over the country, that's not a result of more and more people making bad choices and falling down as people. That's a result of something that is bigger, that is wrong in our country. It's a symptom of a housing system that's broken for millions of people and a safety net that doesn't have cracks that people slip through, but big gaping holes. We can't discount the progress of more and more people beginning to understand that this is not an accident, but that this is an outrageous injustice, and people are now advocating for policies to change it. People didn't just suddenly start to get it. People got it because years and years of work to communicate differently, to lift up research, and to lift up people's stories. Those things don't happen without the daily grind of people doing the work. From advocates and policymakers, communications professionals, case managers, outreach workers, developers building supportive housing, people with lived experience telling their stories, all of them waking up every day and doing it. Our progress and the wins we see on homelessness, they're not an accident. They're not some lightning strike from above, but they're the product of thousands of unseen hands, a pitter-patter of raindrop after raindrop that eventually fills up a bucket. And we're gonna need every one of those raindrops, every small act, to keep moving our work forward, because the challenges facing us, they have not gotten any easier, right? They've gotten bigger. Ending homelessness is no longer a matter of lining up the right resources or getting our systems right. It's not a matter of getting an accurate by name list. Those things matter, and progress on those things matters towards getting folks back into housing, but just getting those things right is not going to end homelessness to get us to a place where it's rare. That's because solving homelessness now requires us to think about how housing works in this country in fundamentally new ways. It requires us to make foundational changes to how we do housing. That's a really big problem, but it also means that we're starting to see the problem more clearly than ever before. Folks on the street are compelling us to ask fundamental questions about housing. They're compelling us to ask whether it makes sense to let rental housing be a commodity that can be bought and sold by private equity firms, a commodity that can be used, sorry, a commodity that can be used to squeeze as much money out of a person, even if that person is an elderly neighbor who has to forego buying groceries to make the rent. Folks on the street, disproportionately black folks, are compelling us to ask whether we're doing enough to challenge a homeownership system where the homeownership rate is 30 points higher for white families than it is for black families, and where the average white family still has 7 times the wealth of the average black family. Folks on the street are compelling us to ask whether it still makes sense to give affluent communities 1,000,001 tools to say no to affordable housing being built in their communities. They're compelling us to ask whether, after a massive fire or a flood destroys people's homes, whether it continues to make sense to let landlords rent gouge people and evict them. Even now, when housing, in 2025, when housing is a crushing problem for millions of people across this country, these questions are hard and scary to ask openly. They're hard to ask in the most conservative parts of our country. They're hard to ask in the most progressive parts of our country. When Martin Luther King marched for a proposed fair housing ordinance in 1966, he had bricks thrown at his head and crowds of people screaming the N-word at him, not in Mississippi, not in Alabama, but in Chicago. These questions that we have to ask scare the crap out of people. Make no mistake, this is why people are going after housing first and attacking it on a national level. And yes, that is one of the big challenges we face, and a challenge that threatens to undo a lot of our progress. There's really hard questions around housing first that we need to talk about within our sector. Make no mistake about that. Are we providing the right level of supportive service dollars needed to really make the model work? How are we providing real choice and pathways to sober environments for folks who want that? What are the long-term implications for our supportive housing buildings? But the folks that are attacking housing first at the national level, they don't care about those questions. They don't care that housing first is actually a model that means less bureaucracy, less red tape, faster pathways out of homelessness. They're challenging housing first and trying to make housing first the center of the conversation, because if we can blame housing first for homelessness, then we don't have to ask those bigger questions. If we can blame housing first for homelessness, we don't have to spend time challenging a housing model that plays a pivotal role, if not the most pivotal role, in reinforcing and hardening the existing class and racial hierarchy in this country. No, you can clap. It's the same with some of these criminalization proposals and these stories we hear about how people don't want help. They're just trying to move the ball. They're just trying to distract us from the hard questions and the work we need to do to fix our broken safety net, fix our housing systems, and fix homelessness. Maybe you heard about the latest one just up the road in San Jose. Feels like this is like the worst Jay Leno bit. Have you heard about the latest criminalization proposal? It occurs to me that a bunch of people in this room probably don't know who Jay Leno is. Makes me feel old. The mayor in San Jose is proposing that if you don't accept a shelter bed after 3 offers, you can be arrested. Never mind that there are only 2,900 shelter beds in San Jose, 95% of which are filled every night, and another 5,500 people that are still unsheltered. How does that math work? I'm glad this hasn't been proposed where I live in Los Angeles, because I do not know how I'd explain that proposal to my neighbors. Just around the corner from me, there is a woman named Marisol who is living outside. She's 65 years old. She fled an abusive relationship long ago before becoming homeless. I'm supposed to tell her that the real answer for her is that she needs to accept shelter regardless of what that shelter looks like and who else might be there. Marisol sticks around our block because her 92-year-old mother lives nearby and she wants to be close. Her mother is suffering from dementia and dying. I'm supposed to tell her that the real answer is that she needs to accept shelter regardless of where it is and how far it is from her mom, or face arrest. I'm supposed to tell her that the real answer is that we just aren't punishing her hard enough. I know all of you who work in this field know people with stories like that. We should also be clear that by refusing to look our housing crisis in the eye, refusing to ask our hard questions about our housing system, we're not just harming folks experiencing homelessness, we're degrading society for everyone else around us. I don't know if folks have heard of the curb cut effect. This is an idea that was put forward by Angela Glover Blackwell, who's one of the great policy advocates of our time. She talks about how when people with disabilities fought for something simple, curb cuts on the street corners so folks with wheelchairs could get down to the street and up onto the sidewalk more easily, it actually made life better for a whole lot of other people. Suddenly, parents pushing strollers could cross the street with ease. Delivery people pushing heavy carts could get up onto the sidewalk. In other words, when you make life easier for the least among us, the most marginalized among us, there's a whole lot of ways it makes life easier for everyone else. We know this to be true about affordable housing from years and years of research as well. I think the opposite can be true too, though. That when we make life harder for the least among us, it makes life worse for everyone. Nowhere is this more true than the ways we're making our society more hostile to folks experiencing homelessness. When we shut down the public bathroom in our neighborhood park because we're afraid someone experiencing homelessness might use it, suddenly I have nowhere to take my kid to relieve themselves. When we take away the bench in the shade by the bus stop because we're afraid someone experiencing homelessness might sit there, suddenly our older neighbor who's headed to a doctor's appointment has nowhere to sit while they wait for the bus. Because we refuse to look our housing crisis in the eye, we are making our communities worse for everyone around us. So the challenges are many, and those challenges just got a lot bigger and harder with the moment we're in at the federal level. We have an administration whose entire modus operandi is reinforcing and hardening racial and class hierarchy in this country while trying to erase any discussion that this hierarchy even exists. They're erasing any discussion, whether that means erasing books from the shelves, erasing people from public view, whether those are folks from our streets being pushed out of sight into incarceration, or erasing immigrants that came here fleeing the violence and poverty that our foreign policy has fueled in places like Central America, or just flat out banning people's gender identities. The challenges are big and they're frightening, and sometimes the challenges are enough to make anyone, even the most hardcore activists among us, to want to turn to an action. God, grant me the serenity to accept the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, the wisdom to know the difference. That second part, to accept the things I cannot change. When I was younger, I used to think accept the things I cannot change was an excuse, that it was something I could lean on and use to forgive myself my own inaction. And as I've done this work over the last few years, I've lost more battles than I've won, and I've come to realize that's not what it means. As tempting as it might be to pull that weighted blanket of an action over ourselves because the challenges are too great to feel like there's any hope that our small part in this can make a difference. Václav Havel, who was a playwright and dissident and spent years agitating for freedom in then authoritarian Czechoslovakia, touched on this. He said, "Hope is not the conviction that something will turn out well, but it's the certainty that something is worth doing regardless of how it turns out." And that's what I've realized about that piece on accept the things I cannot change. It doesn't mean we stop doing what we need to do when the challenges are great. It means accepting that we might not always get the result we want. It means we forgive ourselves when we don't get the result we want, because we must forgive ourselves if we aren't going to abandon our work. There's so much outside of our control, and we can't always control the outcome. But we do the work knowing that at the end of the day, we control what we can. And with all those things outside our control, even if our action didn't get us the result, our inaction most certainly will not get us there. So what's the road ahead? This is the part where I tell you that it's all going to be okay. I don't know exactly how this story is going to go, how choppy the waters will get in the next couple of years, but I know that we need to keep telling the truth. I know we need to keep telling the truth, that if we pretend like slavery didn't happen, if we pretend like we didn't put immigrant families in internment camps in the 40s, if we pretend like there isn't a war on our immigrant neighbors now, if we pretend like there isn't a war on our LGBTQ family and friends, then we are doing their work for them. We're making it easier for them to strip away our voices, and that will then make it easier for them to come and cut our funding for homelessness and housing. Make no mistake, these things are not disconnected. There's a reason the serenity prayer isn't the convenience to change what's easy, but instead the words are the courage to change the things I can. The courage. The prayer is telling us that when we have courage, when we speak up and use our voice, we can change a whole lot more than we thought possible. The road ahead is remembering that every day you do this work, you are bringing the end of homelessness closer and making the end of homelessness more possible. You're proving with every drop of water that you put in the bucket that it can be done, just as thousands and thousands of people working on HUD VASH programs all did their little piece of showing how we could drive down veteran homelessness faster than anyone thought possible. And we should be aware that even as the road ahead seems rocky, our actions and the things we do have a way of rippling a lot farther than we thought possible. I opened this speech by talking a little bit about the Momentum Project, where I showed up to serve as a 12-year-old, and where my years of service called me back into this work a few years later. When I started showing up at Momentum in the basement of a church on 73rd Street, there was a young man named Ricky who was a client. Ricky was only a couple years older than I was. He was soft-spoken and shy, but he would always come over and check on me. He would always say hi, ask what was going on in my life, or bring up the latest thing happening to our New York Knicks. And this is before the Knicks were terrible for 20 years straight, and talking about them was really depressing. Ricky was showing me a small kindness, making me feel welcome and included every week. During the harder weeks, when school would get crazy or I didn't feel the motivation to do one more thing after school, it was Ricky's small kindnesses that kept me coming, and kept me coming long enough that I realized this work was my path. When I'm having trouble motivating now, I sometimes think about my friend Zoe, a formerly homeless, disabled woman who lives in Los Angeles and is one of our fiercest advocates in the state. When Zoe was giving testimony to a state legislative committee in Sacramento a couple years ago, I was sitting in the audience. She talked about being homeless with her daughter and how keeping her daughter on track in school, keeping her going to her extracurricular Japanese lessons, that was her North Star. She might have lost everything, but she was not going to allow it to derail her daughter. As a parent now, I think about the immense strength and fortitude that must have taken for Zoe. I think about the immense fortitude and strength that must have taken for Meghan's mother. And I'm reminded that the people who have survived homelessness are the opposite of deficient, but are in fact the strongest people we have in our communities. If she could keep going for her daughter, I can keep going and fighting on in my work for the thousands of Zoes that are finding the courage to change the things I can. I share Ricky's story, I share Zoe's story, because I find that in our work, in the daily kindnesses we show each other, in the occasional moments of courage in telling our stories, and taking that extra step, that extra moment to acknowledge each other's humanity, I promise you that we are having impacts that we might not always see, we might not always understand, but which are rippling out and are having a greater impact than we can possibly imagine. That with each kindness, each acknowledgement of each other's humanity, acknowledgement of each other's pain and frailty, but also each other's humor, aspirations, and dignity, we are building something together. We're building the base and the foundation for future leaders to stand on, And though it may feel like the floodwaters are rising, those kindnesses, small as they may be, might be a lifeboat for somebody. Accepting the things I cannot change, the courage to change the things I can, the wisdom to know the difference. The wisdom to know the difference. The road ahead is going to require us to be bold and tell the truth about what we see every day, the wreckage of decades of failed policy choices. But there are some days where our simple kindnesses to one another and to those folks we serve and those folks we work alongside, there are some days when those kindnesses will be enough that day. The road ahead is going to require that we draw strength from one another. So if I can borrow a page from Supervisor Alejo's book, I want you to take a moment, look at the person that's to your left. I want you to take another moment and look at the person that's to your right. Those couple folks you just saw, those are people that get out of bed every day and do work to end homelessness. Whether it's hard, whether it's easy, whether they're feeling weary and sick, those are people that find a way to keep going and pushing forward. Because just like you do, they believe that everyone deserves to have a safe and affordable home of their own. I want you to take a moment and say to those people that are next to you, I've got your back. Seriously, say it to each other.
Just your back. And your back. And your I don't have your back.
You're in a room. You're in a room of not one or two of those people, but over 300 of those people, all of whom live right here in this community. 300 of those people right here in this community. You're in a room of 300 plus people that when it comes to the hard work we do, have got your back. That's how I know that we can end homelessness in Monterey County, in San Benito County. We can fill up rooms like this up and down California. We can fill up rooms like this all across this country. That's how I know that we can end homelessness in California, and that's how I know we can end homelessness in this country. Because we have a movement of folks that believe, just like you and I do, that everyone deserves a home. We have a movement of folks that are willing to fight like hell every day to make it happen. So when you're feeling alone, or you're talking to somebody who doesn't believe, or when you're running into a barrier in one of your programs, or you're watching our leaders do the wrong thing, I want you to remember this room of people. I want you to remember that there's a movement of people that are fighting like hell to end homelessness, and they all have your back. Thank you. Have a good summer.
Alex, we appreciate you coming all the way from Los Angeles. We hold these summits because we want to hear from experts in this area. We want to hear what's working, what are the challenges, what are other communities doing. I know we have some time, so I wanted to ask Alex if he's willing to, does anybody have any questions for him? Because I know we don't get him too often up here. And then maybe if you could just do a little Q&A. Yes, please.
Mine isn't so much a question in that I want to just acknowledge that was an amazing speech. My name is Ned. Good morning. My name is Christy. I just want to say thank you for the information. One of the things that I always try to advocate for whenever I'm in these spaces is learning about any gaps within the farm worker community. So I would love to know, just for context, both of my parents were farm workers. My grandparents, both on my mom's side and on my dad's side, came here as through the Bracero program. So the farm worker community is something that is near and dear to my heart. I would love to learn, do you have any current data that showcases specifically the inequities within the farm workers and housing disparities within this population?
Not off the top of my head, I don't, but I'm happy to follow up. But I think you get to something really important, right? Which is that we need to keep growing the tent, we need to keep growing the movement of folks, and working with folks like, UFW is going to be really important in making sure that we're seeing the progress we want to see. I think around the state, we're starting to have these conversations about how do we work with groups like labor, how do we work with groups that, can help bring more power to our movement, and I think, those alliances with farm worker groups like UFW is going to be really important moving forward.
Thank you very much. And just to your question, certainly a lot of need there, and I think when we get together with our state legislators, we need to talk about additional state monies. There's the bonds, they talk about affordable housing, but when it comes to specific housing for our workforce and for farm worker families, that's certainly a tremendous need. But at least on the employer side here in Monterey County, we have 10 projects now that are fully paid by employers, 100% paid by employers. They call that employer-sponsored housing. We have 10 projects. That's over 4,000 beds to house agricultural workers. Yes, most of those are for H-2A guest workers. 2 of those, though, are for also domestic farm workers. Tanamur and Antle, and I think Vanguard, their project that is being built now will be for domestic farm workers as well. But that's individual workers. We need housing for the entire families as well, which we know that need is great. So thank you for asking that question. And talking about your grandfather with Bracero, we have a beautiful ceremony taking place tomorrow in Chulad to recognize our farm worker history, the history of the Bracero workers who came here to the Salinas Valley and the United States between 1942 to 1964, and we have a mural dedication. So that is 4:30 to 6:30 tomorrow in Chulad. So please join us to pay tribute to your grandfather as well. Before we move on to the next one, we ended a little early here, but I want to recognize another champion from our neighboring county, and we're talking about meeting new people that you don't know. You got to meet San Benito here. We got to show some love. But one of those leaders in San Benito County, let's get for Enrique Arriola. So you're going to meet this guy during break. He's doing a lot of great work here in San Benito County, and he's been a great partner on all my 9 years as a county supervisor. So thank you as well. So we're going to have some extra time, but I want to tell people where the workshops are going to be for this next learning session. So there's a workshop on local solutions, local governments that are tackling homelessness. That's going to be in Gallery Room 1, which is right through those doors here. Innovative district programs serving homeless families, I believe that is. That's going to be Gallery 2, which is through those doors, but there's this back room this way. Unlocking Kollin pathways to transforming homeless healthcare. That's in the Vista room. That's this smaller room here to my left. And how we make housing first a success is going to be here in the Salinas room. All right, let's take a break, everybody. Please meet other people in the meantime, and please attend your workshops.
Welcome everyone to our first session of the Leaving Home Summit on Homelessness. My name is Nicole Sakimar-Soper, and I am the Deputy Director for the Coalition of Homeless Services Providers. I have a little bit of background. I started at the Coalition, jumped over to Bay Area Community Services, and did some direct services, went to the state with Cal ICH to work on statewide policy, and I'm back home where I belong, right here at the Coalition, and I'm excited to be back. So today we are going to be talking about local solutions and lasting impacts and what our local governments here are doing to help make an impact on homelessness. And we'll start off by introducing our panel, and I'll let these folks introduce themselves.
Good morning and welcome. My name is Enrique Arriola. I am Deputy Director of San Benito County Health and Human Services Agency. And under my capacity, I oversee the Division of Community Services and Workforce Development, which is an integrated division that includes our Community Action Partnership, our Community Action Board, and also a Workforce Development Board. And under Community Action is where we have our homeless and housing unit that we'll talk about a little bit here today. So I've been with the county 17 years now.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Meghan Hunter. I'm the city manager for the city of Soledad, and a special shout out to Beatrice Trujillo and Kimberly Guerrero, who are also here from Soledad. I have been the city manager manager for almost 2 years, and prior to that, I worked almost 8 years as a community and economic development director for the city of Salinas. People who know me know that I'm extraordinarily passionate about housing and addressing homelessness. I think we all need to step up to the plate if we're really going to make a difference. I've been working in community development for the largest city in the state, the city of Los Angeles, and then through Salinas, and then now small Soledad with about 20,000 residents. So I'm really proud of the work that we're doing, and I'm anxious to share it with you. Thank you.
Good morning. Morning. My name is Roxanne Wilson. I'm the County Homeless Services Director. I've been with the county since, we're going on 3 years. In a brand new unit called 3 years is kind of new for county. It's Homelessness Strategies and Initiatives, and we are located in the County Administrative Office. Before I came to work for the county, I used to run a nonprofit called the Coalition of Homeless Services Providers. You may have heard of them today. And through that work, when I was at the coalition, I was able to do really incredible things with some really incredible organizations, and actually had the pleasure and stressful pleasure of leading all of us through the pandemic. So it was a time and space in which we all came together in ways that I never really thought we could. We had an infusion of resources. We had a whole lot of people who were very concerned about folks who were unsheltered, people who were sheltered, and how being sheltered was going to be very complicated for individuals, especially during the pandemic. So I'm also very excited to talk to you all about some work that we've been doing at the county level, and also in partnership with some of the other folks on the stage. Thank you.
Awesome. So just to give you just a little rundown of the format, we'll lead off with a question, but we will also be taking questions from you all. So if you did not already have them prepared, you have a little bit of time to prepare one. So if you had anything you wanted to ask them just about rural homelessness especially, please feel free, and we'll have a mic going around so you all can ask your questions. But we will kick it off right now with our first, which is, what innovative policies or programs has your local government implemented to reduce homelessness, and what results have you seen so far? And we'll kick it off with Enrique.
Thank you, Nicole. San Benito County is a small county. I want to say it's about 15 or so percent the size of Monterey County. And our division is very small. We're only comprised of 20 employees, and under Community Action Partnership, there's probably half of that. So we're pretty small, yet we're, I think, very efficient and implementing innovative solutions. We have a hard job ahead of us, a hard job, difficult job. I'm sure you work with our community, you have a lot of passion, and to get to our overall goal to reduce homelessness and being innovative is nothing easy, because it does require tons of effort, coordination, funding, and such. But one of the things that I wanted to highlight is, as a county, I think one of the advantages of being small, and that could happen really even in bigger counties, but one of the advantages is that we coordinate services, coordination of services that are under one roof. And what I mean by that, recently we did consolidate all of the county's programs under Health and Human Service Agency under one roof. So I'm not sure if there's any representation under social service that perhaps be managing the Home Safe program. Anyone? Bringing Families Home program, Housing Disability Advocacy program, Housing Support program. So those 4 programs we've never managed before until this fiscal year. So what that's done, at least for us, in coordinating the services and having a greater impact on our clients, it allowed us to, one is break resources. So if they grant, we're mostly grant funded, I want to say that. We're mostly grant funded. So if a grant expires or ends or we run out of money, it's a lot easier to have internal discussions to ensure that we continue to serve our clients. And second, when you do case conferencing and you have a client that also is a client of another program, instead of working in silos, I think it just makes a lot of sense so I wanted to really highlight that because it's worked for us, and in bigger jurisdictions, a little bit more challenging, I think, but nevertheless, it's not impossible. We're on the same table, we're all communicating, we're on the same page. So that helps a lot. So the other thing I wanted to mention is leveraging existing available land property that, to help expand housing. And for example, we operate the Migrant Center in San Benito County. So within the center, we're providing housing for other types of populations, like migrant seasonal farm workers. We have a total capacity of about 500 in this facility with the labor camp and the migrant center for families who travel here during the migrant season. But also, there's other available land in this facility that what we've done is expanded housing for homeless individuals. So we're building right now 16 units, so 16 does not seem like a lot, but I can tell you it's a small win. It's a win that will certainly help our homeless, unhoused families. So 16 is big for us. And we also have on the same property 15 transitional housing units for a 2-year period through a contractor in San Benito County. And the same property, there's another area that we have 16 RV units that are used for emergency. When we had the floods and families were displaced, all of the units were used for a period of about 7 months. And right now we're kicking off next Monday, as a matter of fact, the RV pilot transitional housing program that is being coordinated in conjunction with the encampments, relocation of encampments to increase our capacity and transition individuals into beds. So if this works, we will expand. That is one of the goals, and utilize all the units. So that's another that's been working for us. But also, it's just the active communication among partners. And you might say, wow, how's that innovative and stuff like that. But I think, again, going back to a smaller jurisdiction, every time we talk about policy development and bringing solutions, it's been kind of integrated as part of our process to coordinate with behavioral health, community homeless solutions, our social services department, the sheriff's office, City Hall Police Department when you do outreach. So it's kind of engraved in that process. As an example, when we, Board of Supervisors, discussed we have the need to clean up the encampments down the river. Now, we have to be at the table because we have a role, and our role is with street outreach and getting our outreach involved, and we have the table for every person that has a role. So I think, for that, I think it's really good for us to really nurture our relationships and really work collaboratively together. So those are 3 things that I wanted to highlight, and also just really celebrate small wins. Even though you might house one family, but it's one family that didn't have a house, and one family that needs the help, the support, the supportive services, coordination of services. So let's celebrate small wins, and sometimes we're just too darn busy that we don't do that well enough, so we gotta improve that. And to celebrate the small win, there's a small 1.5-minute video just for you to see one of our programs that we recognize during Social Worker Month, but this highlight one of the programs with our Helping Hands Hub program through the COC Coalition. So.
While they're figuring that out, we will go over to Meghan.
Yeah, so I think the most important thing that rural communities can do is to shift their mindset about folks who don't have housing, what that is. These are our neighbors. These are, in many cases, family members, friends who have fallen in bad times, whether it's through substance abuse, coming into having criminal issues or whatever those issues are. I think it's important that rural communities shift their mindsets because we are so small we have the ability to involve everyone into addressing homelessness, whether it's having your police department being more sensitive and understanding and knowing the names of the individuals and treating folks like individuals, or working with public works who can provide some support for addressing some of the sanitation issues. I think that is so important. There are so many people, speaking from being in Soledad, there are so many residents in Soledad who want to help the folks that are experiencing homelessness. So getting all of these players involved and seeing that it's not your problem, it's everyone's problem. We all have to be at the table. And I think that's the switch that I can see. If we can really make people embrace the problem and try to be part of the solution, it will help so much, because funding is limited. And if we're just trying to, government can't do it alone. If we're just trying to do it alone, we're going to fail. We need to get churches involved, whether, I know some churches are thinking about developing their properties and adding, ADUs. We have a church in Soledad that's interested in doing that. And we really have to seriously talk about those small solutions. One thing that I'm proud to say that Roxanne is a great partner. We have an encampment that is it's kind of split between our jurisdictions along the Salinas River in our town, where there roughly was, at the time that we applied, about 44 people living in that encampment. And we're working, and I wish I could say we know the outcomes, but I'm confident that we can get the folks housed, but we're working on kind of a path to housing. We are going to be setting up in the next 30 days a very provisional encampment. We will have showers and restrooms and service providers. We are working with Step Up to do that. And we will be setting up a provisional encampment for 16 folks. We are working with a Meg, which does these modular units. They have worked sort of deploying in military senses, and they're starting to work on setting up these small villages for unhoused folks. So we're going to be moving forward with that. We should be developed with that by July. So we will be able to actually, between the hotel that we have folks living in and this 16-unit village, we'll be able to actually remove the encampment and put people within safe housing. It's really critical too to have trusted outreach. So we have partnered with Step Up, but we also hired our first homeless services coordinator, Kimberly Herrera. She's doing an excellent job. We're so pleased, and she's been really great, helpful in coordinating all of the efforts, and also making sure that the city, again, that we're embracing and helping, whether it's addressing public works, helping with sanitation, whether it's the police department understanding how to work with individuals, and also reaching out to nearby businesses. So what I would say is there's a lot of innovative things you can do, and it's really important to bring along the community and get them involved, because we all have a stake in it, and we can all do little things to help out. Whether it's an individual in the community that helps someone get a job, even if it's just a part-time job to start getting money in their pockets, whether it's an organization that might help with wraparound services, maybe some street centers to support substance support, or government, taking on more responsibility, even though, a lot of cities will say homelessness is a county issue. We can't have that mindset. These are our neighbors, these are our family members, these are our friends. We have to look at it from that perspective, and I think if we do, big things can happen.
Speaking of big things, so the county of Monterey County is vastly rural, and the jurisdiction that belongs to the County of Monterey is almost 100% rural. So I felt like it was important for us to have hold this space right now, because in that context, the county does have quite a bit of responsibility because we have the jurisdiction with so much land. And there are 3 large encampments that were impacting rural parts of our county. One of them was in King City. The other one was right up, well, it's in King City, but it's actually in our jurisdiction. And the other one was, as Meghan had described, sprawling over both Monterey County and Soledad jurisdiction and Caltrans. And then the third one is along the Pomeroy levee. So while I detest the idea that it is only the county's responsibility to address homelessness, I do understand that the county has a lot of infrastructure. The county does have a lot of things that smaller jurisdictions do not have. But what we are not good at, I'm sorry to my boss who's in here, we're not really that great at doing that human component. What Meghan didn't do was talk about how imperative her police department was in the success that we are starting to experience in resolving the Soledad encampment. They did not penalize people for being homeless. They helped us understand more what was going on in the encampment. They built relationships with the people who were in the encampment. All of that is so very important, especially in rural parts of this community. Because the county has such huge infrastructure, and we do, I have a half of a floor full of lawyers that help make sure that we are doing things correctly, for better or for worse. And we also have very, very, very smart analysts who are able to quickly go through grants and identify funding. We have the infrastructure to manage that funding. So we had partnered with King City, Soledad, and the County of Santa Cruz to address those 3 large encampments. And in those cases, the County of Monterey led the pursuit in receiving funding to address those encampments. In Soledad, we received over $4 million, and in King City, we received over $6 million, and for Pomeroy River, we received nearly $8 million. We are doing this in partnership with these other jurisdictions because, as said before, we cannot do it alone. There are strengths in all of us that we need to bring to the table. And for Pomeroy, this is such a, well, actually for all of these encampments, these have been around for a really long time. So we're talking about, in some cases, folks who have lived out there for a decade. And those relationships to get folks to really understand that we have identified a pathway for you, and we are asking that you trust us, that comes from boots on the ground. So I want to recognize all of those folks that go out there every single day and establish those relationships, because I know it's not easy. I know sometimes you think you have a housing placement and it doesn't quite work out, and I know how damaging that is to your relationship with that individual that you're serving. So King City, I'm going to talk about King City because they're not on the stage with us today. King City had put their neck out there. They went for a home key. Raise your hand if you know what a home key is. Raise your hand if you don't know what a home key is. So during the pandemic, there was this big initiative to put people inside of hotels that were highly acute, like their health had a high acuity. So we put people who are experiencing unsheltered homelessness into motels, and it was thousands of people across the state, and the governor was like, uh-oh, what are we gonna do when room key closes? So then the state released another surge of funding called Home Key. That gave local jurisdictions and housing authorities the ability to purchase hotels and convert them into housing. In Monterey County, there were 4 home keys, and we had all relied on one developer, and that developer went belly up. And 250 permanent supportive housing units were at risk, all of them. Every single one of those home keys had foreclosed. So King City, a tiny baby city, who said, I think we should do this. and put their neck out there, their political careers, all of their careers out there, and they were in a horrible position because the state now is holding these jurisdictions accountable. So King City called and said, SOS, help. We really need the county. And the Board of Supervisors said, go, help. And we did. So I'm very excited to say that even though there's a ton of litigation, I'm not going to get into it, you could Google it. It is all over the news. But because of partnerships between the County of Monterey, King City, the Housing Authority, and Central California Alliance on Health, King City is pulling themselves out of the litigation. It is going to their city council next week, and those units are going back on track. And we are going to do this one home key at a time, bringing back into our community. So this is what we are talking about. That is not necessarily a policy, but it is an initiative, because theoretically, that's not our jurisdiction. We don't have to do it, but we should. Well, you don't have to do a lot of things, but you should always ask yourself, should I? There's another thing that I'm going to mention, because I know we're all taking way long answering this question. But I'm incredibly proud of the Board of Supervisors who recently adopted the encampment resolution policy, which was written in partnership with the Sheriff's Office, Environmental Health Bureau, Department of Social Services, Health Department, Behavioral Health, all of the departments got together, wrote this policy, aligned it to the 7 principles for addressing encampments. And we have embedded into our policies best practices when it comes down to serving people who are unsheltered. And I think that that is a big, bold statement from the Board of Supervisors. So I look forward to continuing talking about this, and I know you want this mic back.
Thank you all for your very thoughtful answers, and I do hope you all can hear exactly how amazing the work that each of these people in each of their jurisdictions and the counties are doing, because they have come together in ways, since I've been at the coalition, in ways that really never existed before, and they're really doing it. They're pushing back when they need to push back, and they are really fighting for people's rights and to treat people like homelessness like people who are experiencing homelessness.
Roxanne, you mentioned the different levels of funding.
Yeah.
Can you say the sources of those funding? The last one was King City at $8 million, and can you just say what the sources of those funding?
All of the funding streams that I had mentioned, it was actually one. It's called Encampment Resolution Grant. And it is very specific to humanely resolving encampments. It's very people first, it's housing first required. And you really have to have a comprehensive approach. It's not saying, here's $8 million, go clean that encampment right now. It is, here's $8 million, and you better serve those folks and get them on a path to housing. This is not clear the encampment and hope they don't come back. This is clear the encampment and make sure that they are stably housed. So there's a difference, and I'm so proud of the state because they put another round of ERF in this year's budget.
Welcome to San Benito County Community Services and Workforce Development, a division of Health and Human Services Agency. We are dedicated to providing our community with essential services.
Our dedicated outreach team goes out into the community and meets with unhoused community members, and we provide finding kits to connect them to resources. We believe everyone deserves a chance to thrive.
So here at the Home Resource Center, we offer housing navigation, we offer case management, we do offer warm bed. We are a 24/7 shelter as of November 1st, 2024.
My name is Diana Mendez, and Health Community Services has helped me with suitable, stable housing and a chance to be a part of my community.
The ultimate goal is to get them out of homelessness into resources, including short-term housing and long-term stable solutions.
I have never had anything but positive contact with the Health and Human Services Department of San Benito County. Every single person I've known has been kind and respectful and compassionate. And it's really something to see. Those people have been amazing. I can't say enough about them. I would not be here breathing and talking if it wasn't for them.
Together, we can build a more resilient community in San Benito County. For more information, give us a call or visit us at our website. Remember, we're here to help you every step of the way.
beautiful video. And a lot of that takes a lot of strategy, right? And it had to deal with people coming together. So our next question is, what strategies have been most effective in improving service coordination across your local agencies and partners?
All right, so a couple of things I wanted to highlight. So I already briefly talked about this, and I'm not going to get too much into it, just the creation of the Homeless and Housing Division, so kind of spoke to that a little while ago. Second, I did want to mention that for almost 10 years, we've held bi-monthly, every couple of months, meetings with key stakeholders in our community. For the initial years, we were called the Local Homeless Service Providers meetings. Then we transitioned maybe about 2.5 years ago into the Homeless Task Force. So I think for us, this is one that really allows us to coordinate our local service providers, increase our service delivery, and really tackle issues affecting the unhoused and developing strategies and seeking funding and recommendations. So that's been working really, really good for us. I also want to say that for the last, with the support of different funding sources, including here with the coalition, having an active outreach team, street outreach team that goes out 3 times a week into the river, into parks, and other settings. And we've also implemented we call the homeless message line. So if anyone from the public has any concerns relating to homelessness, they can call, they'll leave a message. Our team will respond and return the call if needed, if they request that. But our goal is to help those that are needed here, so that's work for us. But as far as the coordination of services, just really quick highlighting our office area and how we structure it. So we structure in a way that we have to collaborate and partner to better assist our unhoused families and individuals. So we built the shelter. It's a 50-bed shelter, and we opened in December 2017. So we developed a strategy that within the same facility, we're going to have 3 levels of phases. So phase 1, we funded about $3.5 million in grants. We built the shelter, and we operated it since then. Community Homeless Solutions is our provider. And then we received another grant of $1.4 million to create our offices to develop services, to provide services. That's where we hold our Helping Hands program, permanent supportive housing, transitional, the staff that operate the transitional housing program, and all the social workers and our staff and that provide services to the shelter and other homeless individuals. They're in the same facility. But we also added a third element here, is right behind the shelter in the same building, a transitional housing program that consists of only 6 units because the space wasn't that much. So we got another grant of $1.45 million. And we built it. So it's there's 6 individuals living there. They have their own unit, their own restroom, their own privacy, but they do share the laundry room, the community living area with the living room and kitchen. So I think that concept in working with our partners to deliver the services that are needed, I think it's pretty good. But the last thing real quick is really integrating our lived experience community. They are part of the community. They do hold a voice. We have to engage them. We have to seek their feedback. We have to go to their setting to do the HMS assessments, go to their setting, as you do outreach. So I wanted to mention that because it's important to hear from them and learn from them, and they're who we are serving, and it doesn't make sense if we don't include them.
So a perspective that I have working in local government is in order to move these innovative initiatives forward, you really need the support, whether it's the Board of Supervisors, your city council, your mayor. These things aren't really possible unless you can bring them on, through and get their support. Before I mentioned that I worked for the city of Salinas and was involved with the development of the Share Center. And I think it was, at the time, true that this Board of Supervisors and the City Council had a little bit of a tension between them. And I think it took Luis Alejo and it took No, not Mayor Gunter. I did forget him, but Judge Phillips, Supervisor Phillips. I'm sorry. They came together and they actually helped mend the fence between the City of Salinas and the County Board of Supervisors to work together on developing the Sheriff Center. And so it really takes that brave leadership, the change in attitudes to really move that forward. And I think for us in the city of Soledad, it's really been critical to have a very supportive mayor, Mayor Ana Velasquez, who sits on the leadership council, and the council itself, who have taken these brave steps, because there's a lot of people that are telling government, you know, a lot of voices do want to criminalize homelessness. They don't want it in their backyard. There's a lot of folks that are doing that, and if you can't bring your elected leadership along to have that courage that we heard during the plenary session, you're not going to get anywhere. So that to me is a key partnership, and that's really helping, that's really going out and having your political leaders understand individual stories. When they can see that, again, like I said, that these are their neighbors, their family, when they can see that, the vision of what needs to be done shifts. And of course, you know, because of the change of the, you know, our council in the city of Soledad, I was able to work with the county, which was a key partner, working with the county, looking at all the health systems that could also support that, reaching out proactively to new partners. I'm very pleased that Step Up is working in Monterey County. They've been a tremendous leader in some of these areas, and work with some of your, you know, folks that have been doing it for years. You know, whether it's Dorothy's or Interim, we have a great, you know, group that we need to reach out and work with. But I would say that the key is really getting the political buy-in. And once you have that, then other things can follow. And then I don't want to diminish, if you're working in a jurisdiction, whether it's the county or city, getting your departments on board and making them, it's not just community development's job, it's everybody's job. Everyone has a role to play in working through, because everyone comes with different resources, whether it's your recreation department, your public works department. You need to really reach out and make sure that they understand the vision and they're part of the solution.
Sometimes I just don't know how to follow up. I think for me, one of the biggest undertakings of my career since I've gotten to the county was working across the departments. County is huge. Is one of certainly the largest employers of Monterey County. And these departments are gigantic. The health department, I think, has over 1,000 employees. The Department of Social Services nearing that, I think around 800 or something like that. Huge. And we are not small enough to put everything under one roof. So it has been quite the exercise of one, understanding how each department moves, what programs they have, how have they rolled them out, what partners do they have, and then shifting. I remember when I used to work in the nonprofit sector, I used to always say, I wish the county would just. And since I've gotten to the county, I still keep that in my head, and I use that to move to really push me to move the way I do move within the county. So one of the things that we do is we host something. You heard there's an organization here called Cal-ICH. Before Cal-ICH, there was another national organization, which unfortunately DOJ just shut down. It's called USICH. And the model is that you bring all of these agencies or departments together and you start working across these silos. So we have MCICH, which meets whenever I don't cancel it because I'm so busy. It's generally every other month. And it is amazing what we find out when we pull everyone together. It is amazing to know that this one department is working on one piece of the puzzle, this other department's working on the other piece, and oh my gosh, would you look at that, they fit each other. So that has been a big, huge thing, and I'm glad that I now have a team of people. It is a smaller team than Enrique. I have 3 people working for me. But because even in that expansion, it's a 400% expansion since I started, and we're able to really wrangle the departments, figure out how we can do this better. We are going to be launching a very, very huge strategic planning exercise that is going to be countywide, big C, right, proper noun county-wide, looking at every single one of our departments and figuring out how we are addressing homelessness. And then the very last stage is going to be looking at how should the county be helping the rest of you. So be on the lookout. It's going to take a lot of time and a lot of manpower to get through all of that analysis, but I'm excited because I think that we can do a lot more if we do it together. Thanks.
Thank you all. That's incredible to hear because we as workers in this field, we all know that the silos exist, and it's good to hear that there are people who are willing to put themselves on the line to break those down.
Hi, my name is Paige Stewart, and I'm the foster youth and homeless coordinator for part of my job for South Monterey County Community High School. Roxanne, shout out to you. I work with you a lot. Question I have is, has anybody thought about like partnering with like Hartnell? They have that tiny construction home park at their Alisaw campus. And I like the idea of like churches adding ADUs onto their campuses, so to speak. So my mind's kind of racing about because I'm working mainly in Greenfield now, and okay, what can we do? What can we do? Because we have so many families that are living doubled up, and there's like 20 people in one home, and astronomical amount of rent. We just had a family come, and they were renting a living room and a bedroom, and they were behind their rent. But we couldn't help support them because there was not a formal lease. So there's that kind of issues, like how can we help a family that is doing the best they can, they get behind because they're off season, but the rental assistance programs that we have, you have to be on the, they only work with like the landlord. They don't have a landlord, but the person that's actually leasing from the landlord. So how can we meet that? And has somebody thought about like looking at Hartnell as like maybe to solicit them for their newly construction workers to create the ADUs for communities?
So we actually have a satellite campus in Soledad. Our interest with Hartnell is maybe on the education piece, but I will say that we have worked with Chispa, for example, to build ADUs on some of their properties, and that's, yes, we are looking at like what we can do. The city, because we want to be a leader in affordable housing, right? This is the issue of homelessness. We took all of our little money, which wasn't very much, and we bought a 4.62 acre site right in the middle of the city of Soledad. So we are going to be putting that out for RFP for any affordable housing developers in the audience. We're anxious to meet you because we're aligned. We want to have affordable housing projects. We're also looking at other things that we can do to do more infill, smaller type of projects. We were hoping to buy a fourplex in a new development for a transitional age youth, but we weren't able to move quickly enough. But we're going to be looking too at what kind of properties can we buy? What can we do to do affordable housing? We're looking at master leasing. We have a brand new apartment complex that was privately developed. I think it probably was for H2A housing, although there's a process for that. And I think they're trying to sell it, and we're trying to find out how much is it? Who can partner with us to buy 24 units in our town? So I think just thinking outside of the box, and like San Benito, I think they have thought outside of the box too about providing smaller units. So all of those things we are looking at.
So I remember when I was going to my interview for the county, and I had to really be clear that I am an expert in homelessness. I am not an expert in housing. But the interesting thing about homelessness is you kind of have to be an expert in everything in some capacity. So although I do not develop, we have a whole housing and community development team. There are some projects that the county administrative office are working on. I do not, the type of money that my office has pursued has been really fast. That money that I was talking about, we have 3 years. 3 years to do whatever you're going to do with it, or else you relinquish the rest back to the state. So bricks and mortar is not necessarily the easiest thing for us to do, starting from the bottom. So the project that I was talking about, where both of the counties entered into agreement, Monterey and Santa Cruz County, we had worked with the church, and we will be putting modular units onto that project. Because that project is to serve people from the Pot Road levee, it really is, they're not large enough for families. Most of the people that are on the levee are unaccompanied adults or couples. But I think your main point is that traditional housing doesn't have to be the only answer, and we do recognize that. So I think that the county is, especially with these encampment resolution grants, are looking at fast ways, whatever fast is, fast ways for us to get safe places for people to relocate to. So the project that Megan is talking about, that's also using modular units. The project in King City is a conversion of a hotel. So there's going to be different ways and shapes because every community is different. If we were to do something with Marina, it's going to look different. If we did something with Seaside, it'll look different because every community has its own personality, its own desires. So we're going to figure out what's right for that particular community. At this time, it's all encampment resolution grants for my office, but it doesn't mean that's forever. So we are continuously advocating to the state for more money, for more innovative solutions, for them to change policies. You can't always use something that would be temporary housing for permanent housing. There's different codes that govern these things. But the advocacy is real, the fight is real, and like I said, we are definitely exploring different means to develop safe places.
Yes, I work for the Sheriff's Office, and this is an amazing job, and I'm sitting here listening with an open mind. But I'm boots on the ground, and bringing all those police positions to those encampments you talked about, I was intimately in those, and we still deal with them daily because everybody, it's a jurisdictional issue. They don't want to have it in the city, they keep Monterey counties. You guys handle it. And it's back and forth. And how do you get, what I'm saying is I feel groups going out to actually see it. See what's going on inside the encampment. We all know it's, to me, everybody we deal with is mental health. 90% of the people we deal with is mental health. Drugs, and they know about the system, they choose not to go. You talked about making it criminal. It's a case by case for me because we go to the levee in Buffalo and it's filled with stolen property. And we get non-stop calls for service by all the big ag people right there along there, and that they're constantly being broken into, stealing all their stuff. Everything out of there. I just would basically, my guys on the ground we feel like we're spinning our wheels because there's nobody going out there to talk to them. And the one time we go out there to talk to them is to calls for service, assaults, whatever's going on. And like you stated, it's mainly single adult males. There's no families. I see what the lady over here, she talking about multiple housing. That's all over the county. And that's what I hear, that's pertaining to all these things that you guys are talking about. But the tents all over the place, 90% are the mental health, and we need to get mental health out there. I know we have crisis going on, which is fantastic, but we need to get this organization, all these people here, I think it sounds fantastic, but they need to go out. They need to talk. And let these homeless encampments see people. I don't know, we don't know what to do. Because, and then the other thing is, the last thing is, there's never any follow through at all. We kick them out, and they go to wherever you guys are gonna put them in their housing, but somebody takes their place. And it's a vicious circle for us.
So the encampment resolution grants are a little bit different than just doing a cleanup. If you know me, you know I'm pretty anti-cleanup unless you have an actual solution for people to go to, because it is a crazy cycle of just moving people out, watching them come back, moving them out, watching them come back. So encampment resolution grants really are my bread and butter. So we have seen in King City successfully, after all of those folks were removed after the fire, the Sheriff's Office partnered with the Department of Emergency Management and with King City PD, who is now under Sheriff Boyd, and they entered into an agreement. So King City PD and the Sheriff's Department worked together to make sure that encampment never comes back. It's been successfully closed for 2 years. When was the King City fire? 2 or 3 years ago? It was a long time ago. It was during COVID. Right. So we're also working in Soledad, and we are actually finding alternative places for people to go. It is not a matter of, again, just doing the cleanup, watching people come back. We are moving people. All of them have signed up. All of them want to go into these modular units, and all of them will go. And some of them went to hotels. People who are medically fragile ended up in hotels. And now I have invited Jason Smith to work with Soledad PD to do the same thing that we did in King City, because there does need to be follow-up. The interesting thing about the Salinas River, though, is it's not always, it's like the encampment itself, there's going to be a lot of people who have been there for a long time, but it's also a transient pathway to Salinas and Watsonville, where there are a lot of people go for the season. So oftentimes you'll find people who this is just their stop. They're on their way to the ag fields. So there is this extra additional complexity of people who are literally migrant farm workers working their way up until they find a field for them to work on, and then eventually they will go back down to Arizona. So there's just this, homelessness is I think more complex in Monterey County because of that extra layer of, we have a lot of folks who are working in our ag fields. But the follow-up is important, and I think that there is a balance. I think it is unjust for you to have a law that says that you can't be homeless, we're gonna arrest you, as they mentioned earlier, and you don't have the capacity in your community. And in many communities that are passing these laws in the state of California, it's zero. You have 0 shelter beds, 0 affordable housing. And then how do you expect someone to find their way out of homelessness? Homelessness, especially in the state of California, is not a strap up your bootstrap situation. Aside from the mental illness and substance use disorder, which we will not pretend does not exist, because it does exist, there is a component, as there is a component of mental illness and substance use disorders inside of homes. Just because you have substance use disorder and mental illness, it does not necessarily mean that you are homeless. Just because you're housed, it doesn't mean that you don't have substance use disorder or mental illness. But for some reason, there is this comparison between the two, like it's interlinked. And really the data shows that most people fall into homelessness, they develop substance use disorder, they develop mental illness after experiencing so much trauma. So I want to just acknowledge that there is that, but there's also the other thing as well, because being housed or homeless doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to be better or worse than anyone else. In Soledad, Sonia Del Rosa made one text message. She would like for behavioral health to start helping with outreach in the encampment. And very quickly, behavioral health said okay. So we recognize that in Soledad, some of the folks that are left inside of the encampment, because we have been slowly moving people out to other locations, we are now at, how many people's left? 16. Remember the number that was said earlier? There's only 16 people left in that encampment. It was 40. 44 when we started. Okay? So we can do this.
this. We can do this, and we can do it with humanity, dignity, and respect. We can do it without penalizing people for being impoverished. I still have so much respect for the work that you guys do, and I appreciate that we do work together. Thank you.
I think it's really important to work with law enforcement, because I think what you're describing is there's kind of a balance, right? There's a lot of people, I'm a city manager, so I oversee police, and there's a lot of people that are mad. We have a lot of stores around us, there's been a lot of theft, and those folks are community members too, and they're just trying to hang on, and they're losing their livelihood. So I think it's important to take a kind of a human-centered approach where you recognize the human and all of that, what that means, but you also don't necessarily say you're not responsible. And so our police department, sometimes they have arrested folks because they have committed crimes. I will tell you, they most of the time are right back because the jail won't take them or the DA doesn't want to prosecute. So if you're not really thinking about a solution and you're just trying to enforce it, most of the time it doesn't stick, even so. But the next day, the police department is there talking to them, hey, Joe, you're back. And so I think it's just understanding that you have to have a human-centered approach and help guide them towards the resources. And I'm a big proponent of housing first. I think if you have mental health issues, it is 10 times harder to get help if you're unhoused. I mean, think about, I moved to Salinas for a short time, and we had to move between hotels, and it was so discombobulating, and I had a place to lay my head at night. I can't imagine having to do that with mental health issues and no place to be, and then the fear that many people have of something happening to them. So I think we just also have to be very have a housing first approach and give people some safety net so that they can address some of their issues with substance abuse and mental health.
I'll answer that in 1 minute. In San Benito County, just really quick, we understand that you mentioned about 90%, yes, a high number of individuals need mental health services. So when we go out to the encampments at the river, we take behavioral health. So they are part of our outreach team, including deputy sheriffs. So yesterday we had one of the outreach, and we had 8 individuals in total. I think 3 from behavioral health, 2 deputy sheriffs, and also the rest of my team. And they split the work, so they walk the entire areas of the river that have a number of encampments, and they provided that level of support, information, hygiene kits. So if we know that there's a need on a particular service, let's get those parties involved. That's what we've done. They seem to work, but also understanding that when these individuals are removed, reality is going to be like, do we have a capacity to transition them into a shelter, into a hotel, into other forms of housing? And we know that we do have a critical housing issue everywhere, and that is a big solve, and it doesn't happen overnight. But having the vision, I think, will help. So what we've done recently is create an additional 19 beds at the shelter. So when they're moved, we have 19 additional spaces. So we're trying to come together for solutions, and I just want to recapture that.
My name is Donna. I work for the Silver Star Resource Center, Monterey County Probation, and my office is right behind the Sheriff's Center. We have a very large group of clients that have severe mental health and dual diagnosis issues with substance use. What is your view, or is there any talks on dual diagnosis residential treatment that is so needed here, both separately for adults and for youth? And are there any current funding streams that are available to make that happen? Or how can we make that happen?
That comes, yes, there's a lot of that money that is coming down the pipeline. You may have heard of Prop 1 or Behavioral Health, BHSA, Behavioral Health Services Act. The state of California has really, the voters of the state of California has voted in favor of a huge change to the way mental health services and substance use disorder services are done in the state of California. We're starting to see that roll out slowly but surely. By this time next year, behavioral health will have to provide a plan which has to be approved by the state of California. The health department is working on doing a very large residential program. Right now, I think that they're quite a few $1 million short, but it doesn't matter. Elsa Jimenez is an incredible leader, and she is pushing hard for her to get that built. There will be a huge infusion of funding that's coming down for those individuals who really need that level of services. Also, just in case you guys did not know, behavioral health just opened up Hope Housing, which is in Marina, and it is also for substance use disorder and people with mental illness. It takes both families and unaccompanied adults, and I believe that there's about 90–95% full. So it was the former Pueblo Del Mar in which the county had intercepted that program after it had shut down. So congratulations to behavioral health for that service.
Awesome. So in wrap up, I think all I have is a call to action to all of you folks as well, right? We have some jurisdictions and counties sitting up here, but not everybody is currently a part of our solution. So please advocate to your city councils, advocate to your county leaders, your city leaders, to please be a part of our solution because we need you. At the end of the day, that's the truth, is we need every single one of our jurisdictions in Monterey and San Benito counties to come sit with us at the table, because we are flexible, as you can see, but we will stand for the humanity of people experiencing homelessness. And we just invite everyone to come. Please be a part of the Coalition of Homeless Services Providers. Come to the Leadership Council meetings and just hear what's going on, because we've got great leaders doing great things, and we can continue the path moving forward. Next up is a lunch. So everybody, please enjoy yourselves. Lunch is out in the main lobby. And thank you again to our panelists.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Katrina McKenzie, and I have the privilege of serving as the Executive Director at the Coalition of Homeless Services Providers, the lead agency for Continuum of Care. Today, I'm honored to present the 2025 Community Impact Awards, and I couldn't be more proud of how our community has shown up, nominating and voting the individuals and organizations they believe that make a real difference in this past year. We opened up our nominations in the winter of 2024, and from January to March, you all have cast your votes, and now the moment's here. I'm excited for you all. Our first award that is being presented today is our Beyond Government Award, which recognizes an individual or jurisdiction that has gone above and beyond their official role in demonstrating exceptional dedication to addressing homelessness in Monterey and San Benito counties. Today, we honor Jennifer Torres, whose passion and commitment have made a lasting impact on our community. As a community outreach assistant for the City of Salinas, Jennifer has dedicated herself to bridge the gap between government services and the individuals in need. For over a year, Jennifer has served as the chair of the COC Outreach Coordination Committee, leading with compassion and fostering collaboration among outreach teams throughout both Monterey and San Benito counties. Her unwavering efforts ensure that those experiencing homelessness are met with dignity, respect, and meaningful support. Jennifer's leadership exemplifies the power of going beyond the call of duty, making a true difference in the lives of the unhoused. Please join me in congratulating Jennifer Torres on this.
Thank you so much. This is a really big moment for me. I want to start off by thanking all the CHSP representatives for making this happen. I always look forward to this event. I also want to thank everyone that voted for me. Thank you to my fellow outreach workers, my outreach committee and collaborators. You know, without you guys, it would be impossible to get work done, and I appreciate being in all the work with you guys, and your partnership means so much to me. And of course, thank you to my incredible team who stand by me every day through the bad and the good. You guys lift me up to be better. And this award goes to us. So, Sword, while I don't do this work for recognition, it's really meaningful to get honored this way. And I promise to continue to lead my work with my heart, love, and commitment to this community, because I truly believe if we work together, we can make a greater impact. So, thank you guys.
So our next award is our Turning Legacy Award that honors a service provider or individual or organization that has demonstrated outstanding achievements and contributions in addressing homelessness in our continuum of care. Today, it is my great honor to recognize my hero, friend, and colleague, Roxanne Wilson. Of the Turning Legacy Award. This award holds a really special meaning to me, as Catherine Turney was not only our former executive director for the coalition, but also a mentor and trailblazer who helped pave the way for both Roxanne and myself to step into the roles that we hold today. Roxanne is a leader whose unwavering commitment has shaped the future of homeless services in Monterey and San Benito County. And for the past 13 years, Roxanne has dedicated herself to reducing homelessness in her community, ensuring the most vulnerable remain at the forefront of local, state, and federal priorities. Roxanne's tireless efforts in dedication, leadership, and unwavering commitment to addressing homelessness in our community has truly embodied the spirit of this award. It is with deep appreciation and admiration that we celebrate her invaluable contributions. Please join me in welcoming Roxanne.
This is kind of like an awkward moment for me, because when we had decided to create these awards a summit ago, I never in my life thought I would be a recipient, because we created them to honor all of the other people in this community that don't get to be on stage, that don't get to be the voice, that don't get to do the things that I get to do. So Catherine Turney is a hero. If you know Catherine Turney, please raise your hand. So Catherine Turney used to be the executive director of the Coalition of Homeless Services Providers. I met her though when I first entered the homelessness space, when I worked for an organization called Community Homeless Solutions. Yeah! So Catherine was a bulldog, my goodness. She had this brilliance to her that I think was, I don't think that many people got to see as we did, working so closely with her. Unfortunately, Catherine did pass away, so I definitely want to accept this in her honor, because she certainly did pave the way. She allowed us to do what we needed to do to make it work. At that time, the coalition had 3 staff members. Three staff members to do the work. And I'm going to tell you what a coalition, what a continuum of care does at my next session. So if you get a chance to go to that one, you will learn a lot, because it is a lot of work that we do, a lot of responsibility that the coalition holds and that the Lead Me Home continuum of care holds. But this is a big deal for, not just for me, but for Catherine and for all of you who do this work every single day. Thank you, and thank you.
Now, I would like to present the Dred McCall Community Hero Award that honors a person with lived experience or a dedicated community member who has worked closely with the continuum of care to uplift and advocate for the unhoused. Today, it's with my pleasure, we recognize Wes White, a champion for the unhoused.
Waiting for you.
A champion for the unhoused who has relentlessly advocated for well over 11 years. Wes is not just a voice for the people, he's a force for change. As a member of the Lived Experience Advisory Directive and newly appointed COC Leadership Council member, Wes ensures that those most impacted by homelessness have a seat at the table. His unwavering commitment to attending all the meetings and amplifying voices and holding the system accountable is a testament of his passion and dedication. This award is especially meaningful as the late Dred McCall was not only an inspiration to our community, but also Wes's great friend and ally. Together, they stood side by side, fighting the good fight for the unhoused with unwavering determination. Today, we honor that legacy and that enduring impact of their work. Please join us in celebrating Wes White.
Like she said, Dre was my best friend. I actually met him through City Council with Pamela Weston and Rita Acosta. Together we kind of formed a homeless union, the premier homeless union in the nation to reestablish the National Union of Homeless through the Poor People's Campaign, a national call for moral revival. We were doing a lawsuit at that time against the city. The city changed their ordinance, the city changed their policies, but they didn't practice them. So right after that, we started this flagpole community at City Hall, a nightly protest. It lasted for 6 months until they changed the ordinance. Called the West White Ordinance. Nobody allowed on Lincoln Avenue at all. And this is a picture that he took. Nobody was doing families. Nobody was doing elderly and infirm, really. Nobody was doing pets until I started identifying them and they became clients of the county. And then this guy's been all over the place. This is us during the Friends Inside Summer Cooling Shelter. When TAMV closed, they just drove out 70, 80 people, and we made a building. It wasn't up to code. We had lasted for about not even a week, and we brought 40 people to go to the housing and land use, and also a city council meeting, and tell them the solutions that they needed in their life. We also did a Lapis Road RV Homeowners Association that was out on Lapis Road in Marina. Let's see what else I can show you real quick, briefly. Another great picture of Dred. This is our, multicultural something, Cultural Relevance and Humility Committee was what that was. And we were all about the First Amendment. So here's a picture of us behind the First Amendment at the, next to the Weekly. And, we were part of the Democrats for a while. This is a artist rendition of, my campaign sign and a little love letter saying, from my heart, vote for change, for mayor, vote for Wes White, love Salinas, love all, from Rubeus. We've done a lot of things. The other thing I wanted to mention was Roberts Lake and Colonel Durham, because that's when he passed, actually. That was the beginning of the pandemic. There was a bunch of people in RVs and cars, and the city of Seaside didn't want to get rid of everybody, even though shelter in place. So we were able to get a special meeting and send people to Colonel Durham, a church parking lot. And so that actually had showers and bathrooms and laundry. Like, these are the kind of services that were actual solutions, and that's what we really need to focus on. How do we support people? How do we give them an address? They're not homeless. They're only homeless once the jurisdiction takes everything they got. Now they're homeless. But otherwise, it's affordable housing. Let people have what they have. If they can maintain organized space, those are the ones that are housing ready. And we should give them headline privilege, in my mind. So, thank you very much. And Dre was, wow, you know, he was tough, Dre.
Our next award will go, it will be the Homeless Children and Youth Program Innovation Award, recognizing programs that continually evolve to meet the changing needs of children and youth experiencing homelessness. With increasing number of students and families in need, resources, support, and services, innovation is essential to ensuring effective and meaningful solutions. Today, I'd like to honor Monterey County's Community Action Partnership for their unwavering commitment to reducing poverty and addressing homelessness through a network of local service providers. Monterey County CAP team funds a wide range of programs that remove barriers to self-sufficiency, ensuring that children and youth experiencing homelessness have access to after-school programs, youth shelters, and street outreach, rapid rehousing, and more. Beyond these crucial services, Monterey CAP's impact extends further in supporting domestic violence survivors, employment initiatives, food distribution, parenting classes, and financial literacy programs throughout the community. We'd like to thank Community Action Partnership for their forward-thinking approach and dedication and innovation. Please help me join our Monterey County Community Action Partnership team for well-deserved recognition.
On behalf of Monterey County Community Action Partnership, we would like to thank the Coalition and everyone involved in the nomination and voting process. The mission of Community Action is to reduce poverty and support low-income individuals and families with achieving self-sufficiency. This award is truly a reflection of the strong partnerships we have developed with local service providers, government partners, and incorporating input from those with lived experience in the development and implementation of the homeless programs that will have lasting impacts in our community. The good work to reduce homelessness for youth continues, and our team remains committed to engaging with community partners to tackle the challenges that lay ahead. Thank you very much.
I would like to also say just a few words. I thank you, Alex and Adriana, and the direction of Roger Franks and the help of the rest of the team, Monterey County Social Services. But also, we need to recognize all the superheroes in the room. Really, give yourselves a round of applause. And I say this because together, we're able to accomplish more. You know, social services is one department that's trying their best to address these concerns, continuing the war against poverty and offer homeless services and solutions available. But if we can bridge the gap and learn to connect poverty prevention, social services, and sustainable housing solutions, how much more could we do? Working together across social services, community organizations, local government, we can build sustainable pathways out of homelessness. We can integrate wraparound supports like job training, mental health care. We could also address addiction recovery, mental health needs, and of course affordable housing, which will lead to a better long-term outcome. And together we can make a safe place to call home for everyone. Thank you.
Our last but not least award it's called the Homeless Children and Youth Impact Award, which recognizes educators who significantly impact the lives of students and families experiencing homelessness. This award acknowledges individuals who demonstrate a commitment to advocacy, collaboration, support, and service efforts that can change the trajectory of homeless children and youth. I am proud to honor Donna Smith, who has served as the for the past 6 years. In this role, Donna works closely with Monterey County school districts, the charter schools, providing essential support to the liaisons with identification, enrollment, resources, services, and staff development to ensure that homeless students receive the education and support they deserve. Donna also leads the Family Resource Network of Monterey County, which encompasses 13 school districts with multiple sites. And her dedication extends to developing the connection program and collaboration with community schools to deliver the expanded core model and community school supports for students experiencing homelessness or in foster care. Donna's passion for ensuring that every child has an opportunity to succeed is evident in everything she does. Her leadership and advocacy has created lasting, positive change for countless students in Monterey County. Please join us in recognizing Donna Smith for her incredible impact on lives of homeless children and youth.
I'm so glad you're here to recognize this award really for all of us. You know, I do work with all of our school districts and charter schools in Monterey County to support them and provide leadership or anything that they need. But when I first got this job 6 years ago, I realized that we were operating together and getting to know each other, but we were really missing that important component of working with our government bodies and also all of the organizations that you all represent. And so I really put on myself to bridge that. So you are working closely with our school districts, we're working closely with you in any capacity we can to just have wraparound services for our children and youth. So whether you're in shelters or mental health, we really need your support, and we hope that you will always reach out to us if you have families that you've recognized that could use that support in school. We really want them all to be very successful. I just want to say that when I was an administrator, so I've been in education since 1987, and I'm sure a lot of you weren't even born then, but that's cool. Actually, so it's true. And that was the same year that the McKinney-Vento law was passed federally. And that was my first year in education. I knew nothing about the homeless world at all. My last principalship, I had a homeless family that came to live in our area. I knew a lot about McKinney-Vento because of Cheryl Kameny, who's been a great friend and colleague for 30 years, and a great advocate for homeless children. But it was different when I was an administrator. How do I help this family? Well, it wasn't until I got this job that I recognized or realized that all of you exist. And I didn't know that before. I didn't know all of these organizations existed. And so I really want our school districts to have the same opportunity I've had to know who you are and how you can support us. So thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Let's give one more round of applause for all of our awardees today. And that concludes our award ceremony right now. Our next session, I just want to recognize that this event cannot be made possible without our sponsors and all of you. So I'd like to thank our sponsors for their generous contributions. Their dedication to our collaboration and innovation is what makes events like this possible and progress achievable. So shout out to the County of Monterey. Comcast that supported. Monterey County Housing
forgot to mention, already recognized Marina City Council Member Brian McCarthy. Give him a round of applause as well. And right next to him, the new, relatively new Marina Police Chief, Randy Hopkins. Keep working with you, Chief. Thanks for being here. And last but not least, County Superintendent, the best County Superintendent anywhere in California, Denise Gus, everybody.
All right, everyone, we're going to get this party started. You may have heard of me at this point. My name is Roxanne Wilson. I'm the County Homeless Services Director. My office is located in the Monterey County Administrative Office, and it is strategically located there because homelessness intersects every single one of our departments in different ways. So I really do think that the Monterey County Board of Supervisors had the right idea when they put us at the top, at the head of the county. I do have with me on stage Alex Soltero, so I'll pass the mic over so he can introduce himself.
I was going to say award-winning Roxanne Wilson.
So weird.
My name is Alex Soltero. I'm the Homeless Services Analyst at the Department of Social Services. I work a lot with Roxanne and her team. I know we have a running gag of why am I not part of that team. But collectively, I think it speaks to the intention of the county is to really be a collaborative partner in the homeless services space and seeing how we can individually as agencies leverage our expertise, leverage the funding that is available to each of our programs, and really have a solid strategy on tackling the big challenges that are waiting for us. So we will be collaborating on this presentation in the weeks. So I'll hand it back to you.
This session is actually one of two sessions. I call it Homelessness 101. So this is essentially to help you understand the fundamentals of homelessness. It is a joke to me to try to squeeze everything that I know about homelessness in 1 hour. I feel like I could teach an entire course on this over a series of many semesters and still not talk about every single component. It is literally one of the most complex situations and issues, crises that we are facing in our community today. It has been that way for several years, but I think right now we are in a time and space. Like I was saying, this is the first part of a two-part series. We all felt that it was important that you have the basics about homelessness because we're inviting you to come back and help us prioritize our funding in the next session. And how could you do that if you have no idea what the heck these words mean? Here's a quick overview of our agenda. We're going to talk about some definitions, some intervention types, the roles and responsibilities. That's always the question, who is responsible for this mess? And I hope that we can at least give you some of the basics of how the systems work and how they work together. We will touch on the point in time count a little bit. We'll talk about the Leave Me Home plan, and if we have enough time, we'll do some Q&A and a little bit of, again, informal discussions, okay? So, here is the federal definition of homelessness. You will often hear us talk about Category 1 homelessness. This is literally homeless. These are people who are living unsheltered, places not meant for human habitation, and emergency shelters and transitional housing. Then there's Category 2, people who are at imminent risk of homelessness. These are people who are going to lose their homes within 14 days. Category 3 is in red. Category 3 is other federal definitions of homelessness, which includes McKinney-Vento. And I'll explain why it's in red in a minute. And Category 4 is those who are fleeing or attempting to flee domestic violence. Category 3, or McKinney-Vento homeless, that is in red because there's a lot of federal funding that does not allow us to serve people who are tripled up or doubled up inside of homes, or couch surfing. And I think it's really important for us to understand that the federal government has drew that very definitive line, saying yes or no when it comes down to can we serve people who are unstably housed. But I also want to just point out that there's another definition called chronically homeless. This one's really fun and complex. So people who are chronically homeless, those are people who generally meet categories 1, 2, and 4. And they are also people who have been living unsheltered or in Category 1 homelessness for at least 12 months or at least 4 separate occasions in the last 3 years, and they have to have some sort of disabling condition. There's more to that definition, but I'm not going to bore you with it. But the reason why I bring this up is because chronic homelessness can often get you a pathway into a specific type of housing known as permanent supportive housing. And here you will see a crosswalk of definitions. So while the federal government has drew that fine line of who we can and cannot serve with their federal funding, the state of California said homeless is homeless. So it's a much broader definition for the state of California. It does include people who are at an imminent risk of homelessness, but the burden of proof is much different than the federal government. A huge difference between the federal definition and the state's definition is if you are in an institution, let's say prison, and you have been in prison for 25 years, you are not considered homeless when you exit that prison, even if you have nowhere to go. That is the federal definition. The feds require you to spend at least 1 night outside in order for you to access federal funding that's tied to homelessness. The state of California said, or we don't allow people to exit into homelessness out of jails and prisons. So that is a major difference between state money and federal money. The state is encouraging us to try to stop people from falling into homelessness to the best of our ability. So that includes jails and hospitals and other institutional stays. The state also allows us to serve people who are defined as McKinney-Vento homeless with our funding on the state level. Another difference between the federal definition for fleeing domestic violence is you actually have to prove that you have nowhere else to go. And the state said, why would we ask a victim of domestic violence to prove that they have nowhere to go? Because that burden of proof can actually cause more harm to that individual. Now they're going to stay with that abuser because they have no proof that they have nowhere else to go. The state is much more flexible when it comes to documentation. And also there's different funding streams. And I brought that in there because some of that means nothing to you. A lot of it probably means nothing to you. But there's federal continuum of care money, federal emergency solutions grant money, federal youth homelessness demonstration program money. All of that, the amount of proof that you have to have in order for you to be served is substantial. Whereas the state fills in all of those gaps. So shout out to the state for understanding that homelessness is more than just the person living outside.
Roxanne. And I just add, or point out one of those funding streams on the state side is HAP, HHAP. So that's one that we'll be discussing in the next session. But that is another stream of funding to the state where we can really leverage that to support a lot of our programs that the federal government does not support.
Also, fun fact, the federal government barely gives us money to support the network that we currently have. Emergency Solutions Grant is the only federal funding that we have, I guess that we usually use to support emergency shelters, low barrier navigation centers. We'll talk about those definitions in a minute. And we have $250,000. How much money do you think it costs to run a shelter? Yeah. A smaller size shelter can run about $2 million a year. So continuum of care money does not pay for shelters. YHDP does not pay for shelters. Continuum of care money does not pay for outreach, which is an integral part of an entire system, because people are constantly displaced while they're unsheltered. And you need that outreach team to be the connector between the system and that individual, because the system can say, you're up next, we'll call them. Fun fact, people experiencing unsheltered homelessness have a really hard time keeping their phones on.
Or having a dedicated place to get mail.
Or having a dedicated place to get mail. So the Housing Authority used to only do things via snail mail. They have changed that recently. So there's all of these issues, like systemic problems that we have, which the state has come behind to try to reconcile on our behalf. HHAP is the loose, I don't want to say loose, it is the most flexible funding that we have in here, but HHAP for Monterey County is only $2.5 million. The continuum of care gets their own, it's over $3 million, but they have to split it between Monterey and San Benito counties. So we're talking about trying to do the most with like no money. No money. Before I keep moving, does anybody have any questions? I need you to look a little bit more lively in here. A little bit more lively. I'm a little bit of a doom and gloom person, but then I'll swing it and make you smile. So we're going to move on to interventions and service types if no one has any questions. There's many different types of interim housing solutions. One is informally called a night-by-night shelter. So you think about those as being like motel vouchers or shelters where it's drop-in. There's a program called Safe Place in Monterey, and youth 18 to 24 years can just come and go as they please. Those are called night-by-night shelters. They are generally not fully resourced with supportive services, and their main function is to give someone a place to stay tonight. There's also the generic term emergency shelters, also very limited supportive services, and it's generally 90 days to 6 months. Man, you have 90 days to get your life together. Go.
Yeah, figure it out.
Go. And then there's a new one, well, it's fairly new, it's less than 10 years. It's called a low barrier navigation center, which is my favorite. Low barrier navigation centers don't generally have a length of time in which you can stay there, though they are housing first shelters and they are service enriched. Your main function is to try to get this individual or family into housing. And as long as they're working towards housing, then there's no reason for us to kick them out. So low barrier navigation centers has a star by it because it is what's called a use by right. There are many jurisdictions across this nation that will attempt to stop a service provider from building a shelter. So in the state of California, they have defined low barrier navigation centers as a primary function of a successful homeless service system. And they have made it to where a local government cannot stop you from building this. It plows through local processes and overrides local processes. But you do have to check boxes to prove that you're a low barrier, that you're trying to build a low barrier navigation center. And those boxes, or if you don't check all the boxes, then they can stop you. So it's really important that if you are a service provider or if you are a local government who's trying to build an LBNC, that you truly understand that law. And I think it's Government Code 65990. My analyst would know it. And then the third one is transitional housing and bridge housing. It's usually 12 to 24 months. It is temporary housing. It usually comes with a lease. The other three that I mentioned does not have a lease. That lease is important. We all want to say, I'm building a transitional housing program, but there are implications to building a transitional housing program. Remember how I talked about chronic homelessness? You can't have a lease. It breaks your chronicity. And that chronicity can get you a streamlined access to permanent supported housing. So it's incredibly important that if you build a transitional housing program and you're going to give someone a lease, that you understand the burden that you have as a nonprofit or an organization to house that person because you just disqualified them from getting permanent supportive housing. So I really think that it is imperative for you guys to know that interim is in the building. Interim has a few PSH projects that are not bound by those rules because they were grandfathered in, but HUD definitely has the new permanent supportive housing projects that are funded by HUD. There's a chronicity requirement. So I'm going to stop. Lots of nodding. Does anybody have any questions? Let's go.
Doesn't transitional housing count as temporary housing?
Let's get it back.
Does transitional housing count as temporary?
It's temporary, so it's not, how do I say this? Because it's temporary, it doesn't disqualify you, right? Because it's only a temporary space for you.
So I think the question is that they're still chronically homeless because it's a temporary
Right. So for me, for example, I have a transitional housing program that I help run in Benito. It's a shared kitchen, a shared laundry room, a shared common area, but you get your own room, and that's it. Your own bathroom and your own room. Now, does that count as like kind of like your own lease? You're signing a lease, and therefore you're currently housed, even though it's just a temporary spot, just to kind of try and get your life together to get to the next step.
So going back to, I love the feds. I love the feds. It is an inconsistent policy within the federal government because we are still counting people in transitional housing as being homeless. Yet, when it comes to permanent supportive housing, they had a lease, so therefore their chronicity was broken. It is an inconsistent policy that we continue to try to fight because it does not make sense. But you can build a permanent supportive housing project using state money, and none of that even matters. But if you have a permanent supportive housing project and you add HUD continuum of care money, it actually derails our ability to move people from transitional housing into permanent supportive. And sometimes we do that on accident, right? Sometimes we misplace, or I don't want to say misplace because that's an actual term, but people end up in the wrong interventions. That they're not going to thrive in that environment. We thought that they would, it appeared that they would be successful in that environment, and sometimes, every once in a while, it doesn't work out. And we need to actually put them into a more intensive intervention, like permanent supportive. But it depends on the money. Man, money rules the world. So if you are a service provider, I really encourage you to think about the money that you are taking in and layering into your programs, because it can shift everything that you are allowed to do and things that you're not allowed to do. And federal money is one of those things you need to be very careful about. Is there anything you wanted to add?
I was just saying the lease is the key.
The lease is the key takeaway.
So, in your example, it wasn't clear if it was a lease.
Yeah, well, let's just say I have a 70-year-old who can't afford to rent an apartment because the apartment is $1,900 and she doesn't make enough off of Social Security. She has a lot of disabilities and she's really struggling, and so, she's in the shelter, so I move her into the transitional housing. We have a spot for her. She has somewhere to stay just for a little while she tries to get her life together. It's not enough time. Her need is so high. There's nothing else, but there's a spot in permanent housing. She wouldn't be able to go because she's in the transitional housing. She was better off in the streets because her time would have ended at the shelter and there was nowhere else for her to go.
With the lease or without a lease?
With the lease.
With the lease.
Call your federal representatives. That's all I can tell you. The county we don't make the rules, we have to enforce them, right? But we identify that these are problems.
But that's the struggle, right? Because if you find, even if it's temporary, a solution, right? Because they need the bed now, that's where you're like, oh, do I not put them here because I don't want to mess up something up in the future, but they need the bed now. And so to Roxanne's point, that's where the federal regulations are so inconsistent. And so what can we do is we could leverage state money but we can also work with our federal partners to change those regulations. Because it's true, if the bed's available, ideally we want to put someone in there. Why are we going to create a situation where they're going to continue to be homeless while we're waiting for a permanent support housing opportunity to come in that we may not know when it will come?
It's fun stuff. This is the easiest job ever. I'm glad I took it. Yes.
I've worked on a permanent support housing program before. Unfortunately, due to some of the challenges of the client's behavior, some had to get discharged, right? And they often go back into a state of homelessness. What then happens to their eligibility for services is they start from zero level of homelessness because they have a lease and now they're discharged, they're back on the street. They don't read as chronically homeless anymore and putting them into systems and whatnot. They're almost seen as freshly
restarting their clock.
Restarting the clock. That is correct. So I also want to just be careful. I want you to be careful. Permanent supportive housing, the intention is for it to be low barrier. Housing first started in the PSH world. It started rolling out into other different types of interventions, but housing first was birthed in permanent supportive. The reason why it's permanent supportive is because the assumption is this is probably going to be a person that needs supportive services for the rest of their lives. This is not someone that is likely to survive on their own for several reasons. Maybe it's because they're a senior. They're never going to be able to get a job, make $100,000 a year just for them to sustain that apartment. It's super important that we really think about what we are trying to put inside of this community. And when you get into the PSH world, make sure you have the right staff. Because their whole function should be to do everything they can to make sure that person doesn't go back to the streets. It is not an easy intervention. It is not. Your walls will get ruined, the screen will get broken. This is, like I said, these are individuals that need supportive services for the rest of their lives in many cases. But it doesn't mean that it's not successful. PSH is highly successful because when they're in there, they are no longer homeless. When people are in PSH, we don't say the homeless clients in this permanent supportive housing project. We can address them as formerly homeless, but they're not. They are housed.
They're tenants.
They are tenants.
With access to services.
Correct. So when you're also budgeting for permanent support, I'm so glad Interim is in the house. They do it better than a lot of people I know across the nation. But it is important for you to have the right training for your staff. It is important for you to have the right staffing levels. Sometimes I think we sell ourselves short and we're saying, oh, I could do it with 3 people. Not housing first. You need round-the-clock supportive services for these individuals because they can need you at any given moment. You need to make sure that your people are really, really trained. Yes?
And with that model, to think, while we only operated 6 out of 7 days a week, and we closed at one point in the evening, right? But issues happen in an AM and right. And so it's, and I can tell you in the 6 months I was there, I saw probably 8% of the staff turn around. Because as you mentioned, the demand it requires, you know, on the staff
is high.
It's high and it's hard and it takes a special person in that kind of environment.
It takes a special person. It takes the right culture at your organization.
The culture too.
You really got to work on that culture part of your organization. You have to have that can-do attitude, that whatever it takes attitude. It is not easy. I'm not going to pretend. I know I stand on these stages all the time and I'm like, you guys could do it, because you can. But I also want to just acknowledge that it's not easy, especially when we're talking about highly acute individuals that have been homeless for a really long time. The types of trauma that individuals experience when they're out there is heart-wrenching. The number of women who get raped while they are out there is heart-wrenching. The young people who do whatever it takes just to find a bed for tonight or just so they can shower. And whatever that takes sometimes means they're ending up with a predator. That is heart-wrenching. So we have got to do what it takes, whatever it takes, and it all starts with ourselves. Work on ourselves to do better. All right, moving on. Permanent housing solutions. We already talked about permanent supportive housing solutions. Permanent supportive housing. Rapid rehousing is another one. Rapid rehousing is considered one of the best practices in the sector. Rapid rehousing is short-term rental subsidies, usually paired with supportive services. It is like an infusion of services up front. And it's generally for people who just need a little bit of help to get them back on their feet. Rapid rehousing paired with emergency shelters is the best practice because you have people stably within your shelter, at least sitting in one place, you're not chasing them all around. The community, as in Camden cleanups happen, but it's stably in one place and we can now try to pay your rent, your deposit, and sometimes we pay arrears. There's so many things that could happen in the rapid rehousing space. It's incredibly flexible. What do you think is the problem with rapid rehousing though? There are about 3,000 people experiencing homelessness in Monterey County, right? Do you think we have 3,000 apartments in Monterey County that's available for rent right now? So my favorite thing to tell people is even if every single person experiencing homelessness made $150,000 a year, had no mental illness, no substance use disorder, no trauma, perfect human beings, we would still have about 3,000 people experiencing homelessness because we don't have enough homes for people to resolve the homeless part of that term. So this rapid rehousing is phenomenal because you catch people right at the point in which they have fallen into homelessness. They're not generally the highest acute people, but we have a serious problem because there's not enough housing to put these folks in. Further, you have to make 3 times the amount of rent in order for you to qualify for an apartment. That's the part.
So you can help them get rehoused. It's the sustainability piece, right, that we have to be concerned about.
That is correct. How much is a 2-bedroom apartment here?
2,300.
It's almost $3,000 a month. So you have to make almost $9,000 a month in order for a landlord to even look at you because you're competing against people like us. So there are some really, really amazing service providers in this community that have established strong relationships with landlords, a lot of trust. If you happen to be in the rapid rehousing space, your case management isn't just with that client. It is also case managing the landlord because you're running interference all the time to try to make sure that landlord, we have a rapid rehouser in the building, housing resource center in the building, that's right, has one of the best rapid rehousing programs in Monterey County, so shout out to HRC, and they are not the only ones that do it, but they're in the building, so I'm recognizing them. So anyway,
Roxanna, just an ad for the rapid rehousing. It's a great intervention for someone that's already housed but at risk of becoming homeless. So if we're able to intervene at that moment, we can avoid them ever experiencing homelessness. And for some instances, they had an unexpected medical bill, a death of a family member, an unexpected layoff, what have you, and they just fell behind on bills a month or 2 or 3. And so if they get that infusion of support through rapid rehousing, along with some case management for both the client and the landlord, be able to stabilize. So it's also a great resource in that respect. And I see your comment.
So would you say that we do a disservice for individuals who qualify for permanent supported housing by putting them into rapid rehousing programs because then they no longer have the ability to qualify for that program because they signed a lease and they're back at square one?
You know, it's really going to just depend on the unique circumstances of the family and client. Because when you're looking at a permanent supportive housing, that should be that there's a lot of barriers or needs for that client that they're not going to be able to get on their own. And so that's why the permanent supportive housing is the best intervention for that client. Now you may have another client, like I was alluding to earlier, where they may have just fallen behind on bills, and so they just need that temporary support to get back on track. And so putting them into permanent supportive housing wouldn't necessarily be advantageous for them, because they don't necessarily need all those additional layers of support, where someone else may need that. And so you're always trying to link the client to the right intervention, and it's not always apparent right from that. Sometimes you use your best guess and with the information that you have, and you go with the intervention, and you hope for the best, and try to encourage it to be successful. But sometimes you have to switch. Someone could present themselves as not having a lot of barriers, and you're thinking about every housing, great, let's put them someplace, you're gonna pay the rent for 1-2 months, they should be fine. But then as you start doing case management, the layers start peeling. And then you start, oh, but now there's a substance abuse. Oh, now there's some trauma here. Oh, now there's criminal background that's preventing employment, or what have you. And so then you're like, oh, now we may need to pivot, or I might need to make those connections to other services to try to give a little more holistic approach.
So it's super important to connect the individuals to the right programs based on what their needs are and where they're scoring on HLAS.
Yeah, really looking at each individual person and trying to build the most holistic intervention with them. Allow them to tell you what they think their barriers are to housing. Allow them to be the leader in their own plan. Because, and also be there to walk beside them, because they don't know any of this. They're just like, housing, yes.
You will get me housing.
Yes. But you don't have to say, well, actually, after talking to you, I think you need permanent supportive housing. But what you do is you talk about the different types of interventions. There's benefits and disadvantages to every single one of them. Permanent supportive housing is subsidized housing. They will pay 30% of their income for the rest of their lives. So why would you put somebody in an apartment where the rent's going to go up $100, $200 every year, knowing that they'll never be able to work a day in their life because they're on permanent disability? Like, it's important for you to educate the people that you're working with so that they can be the leaders in pulling themselves together, because it's not our job to pull them together. Our job is to present them with the options and to guide them and to be their advocates and make sure they get to where they gotta go. Okay, don't try to be a fixer. You're nobody's fixer, okay? But you are an advocate and you're well-connected people. So there's gonna be times where your client's gonna say, I've called that organization, that person 1,000,000 times. You have that person's number in your phone. You're like, I will call them right now. You know?
We will clarify this right now.
We will do this right now. Those are the things that you can do to help, because people try to call me all the time. It doesn't mean I'm ignoring you. I'm just in meetings, literally nonstop all day. But if I see the housing authority, Zulika sends me a text message and she's like, hey, this person's been trying to get a hold of you. I'm in my meeting and I'm like, oh my gosh, I know. Tell her I'll do this, you know? Like, those connections, there's these behind the scenes connections that can really be advantageous for that individual. So use them. And then the final intervention that's listed here is subsidized housing. I think we all know what that is, but just for the heck of it, I'm gonna talk about it. These are generally what we locally have as housing choice vouchers, Section 8 vouchers. They usually come from the housing authority. Some communities like Los Angeles have local vouchers that they use with taxpayer money in different ways. But subsidized housing really is for that sustainability piece, right? So once upon a time in our county, our housing authority had what's called a homeless set-aside voucher. Raise your hand if you know what those are. Those no longer exist in our county at this very moment, but we are doing everything we can to advocate. There's no vouchers. There's no vouchers in our county. except for HUD Bash. HUD Bash. HUD Bash is paid for out of a different pot of money than Section 8. HUD Bash is paid for by the VA. Earlier, they did talk about veteran homelessness. It's the lowest it's ever been in the history since they've been counting veteran homelessness. Thank you. That is insane. So shout out to all of our veteran programs here, Veterans Transition Center, and there's the nation's finest is out here as well. But that is because the VA had a huge infusion of money per veteran who is experiencing homelessness. The VA pushed housing first before any other federal agency. The VA pushed coordinated entry before any federal agency. So everything that you hear us talking about, cars and all of this stuff, we're just trailing the VA because the VA did it. They did it. Oh, I just got chills. Anyway, subsidized housing. Yes, we need that. Because in order for you to have housing in Monterey County, you have to make nearly $100,000 a year in order for you to survive. Doom and gloom, people already told you. That's what it's going to be. So for non-housing interventions, I think it is incredibly important for us to talk about these because they are also a part of the puzzle. Safe parking, incredibly important. Why is safe parking important?
So families or individuals are sleeping in their car, they at least have a safe place to park at night and be able to get somewhat good night rest.
That is correct. I'm going to share something very personal with you guys. I used to sleep in my car when I was in my 20s with my daughter. It's the scariest thing I've ever experienced in my life.
You're not sleeping, right?
You're not sleeping. You're not sleeping. You are scared that the neighbors are going to find you as a threat. You are scared they are going to call the cops on you when you literally are just trying to sleep so you could go to work tomorrow. It is so important to have safe parking programs because what happens is people get their cars taken. Where do you think they land? In a freaking tent. Did we do good by taking their cars? We did not. We did not. Safe parking is important. Food pantry is important. People need to eat. You cannot think. You cannot do anything if you are starving. Job training. Duh. Of course we need that. Of course we need education. Street outreach, the lifeline. The lifeline. Shout out to our outreach workers. Do we have any outreach? Yay! Yes! The lifeline. I will tell you a story really quick. When I was working for the Coalition of Homeless Services Providers, I was working very closely with the county, and the county had stood up Project Room Key, which is where we were putting highly acute, very unhealthy individuals inside of motel rooms. If they were to catch COVID, it was very possible that they could pass away from medical complications. So, Department of Social Services, no one from DSS? Oh, yep, AIDS. My bad. Department of Social Services. You're like, I mean, here, hold on. Let's DSS was in charge of running those facilities, and it became incredibly difficult for them to locate people. We have this list, and this list was so important because it was generated by doctors and hospitals. Doctors who knew that my client needs to go in those hotel rooms now. So DSS worked with the coalition when I worked there, and they said, we need an outreach team. They gave us money, we stood up an outreach team, and that outreach team fed the motel program. When eventually the coalition took over that program, HRC was there, Cecil was there, Dorothy's interim Street Centers. Oh my gosh, Che, I can just keep going. It was an incredible, incredible time because we had the money and we had the partners to make it work. The vast majority of those individuals, we have never met them before. We had no idea they existed. They were not on any of our lists, but they were highly acute, very unhealthy people who could die if they get COVID. And by the end of the time in which the coalition had closed our instance of room key, there were several versions of room key that rolled out over time. We had housed permanently 83% of those people. Yes. So you'll hear throughout this entire time, I'm sure you heard together, collaboration, all of that. All of it matters. That is the only way to be successful. Yes, Derek. You're right here. Seaside in the house.
That's right. The folks that 80-something% that were in house, excuse me, what types of housing? I would imagine it was a diverse race, not just permanent housing, but some probably needed PSHs, yes. Some probably needed.
Yeah, they went all over the place.
Which those qualify as long-term housing, so I just curious about that.
Oh yeah, they went all over the place. It was insane. We had a master list of individuals. We met 2 or 3 times a week and did case conferencing. It was insane. We knew every single, even if I never met that person directly, I knew everything there was to know about that individual because of those meetings. And on one day, we moved all the families out at the same exact time. That was a very emotional day. Yeah, and yes.
So I'm familiar a little bit with this process, but more so in Santa Clara County, and that's where I work for PAC. And what they had done, as far as I understood, was at one point when they secured the funding and enough, they needed to, actually build some of these, obviously PHS projects and things throughout, the county. But what they did was, it sounded like they sent out a task force, right, of their outreach team from their various partners to engage as many folks as they could on the street once they knew they had the hotels in place. And they got them all into hotels, various hotels, and then incrementally, as the projects were established, they slowly moved out pockets of them into these PHSs, or something similar to different needs. And seemingly it was a fairly successful venture that they took on. Yeah, they found the money and was able to support it, of course. I know that's the very issue we're talking about, is we don't have the money. Or the structures, let alone to do it, but.
So a portion of that went to Home Key. So a few people went to Home Key. I talked about Home Key a little bit. We'll talk about it just a little bit right now. There was, we had all of these folks inside of hotel rooms in Project Room Key, and then the governor had rolled out Home Key, and Home Key allowed local jurisdictions to purchase hotels or do any other type of fast housing and turn it into, in most cases, it was permanent supportive housing. Our community qualified for 4 Home Keys. All 4 of those Home Keys foreclosed on for reasons in which I am not going to explain today, but you could Google Shangri-La, Monterey County, and you will see it. But regardless, we are working very hard to recapture those Home Keys. And in case you didn't hear me at the last time I spoke, I'll say it again. On Tuesday, next week, King City is going to City Council, and that'll be the first time we recaptured one of those Home Keys. And it'll be the first permanent homeless program we have in South County. So, shout out to Central California Alliance on Health, who matched the County of Monterey's investment into recapturing that project. So I just want to tell you guys, King City, whoa. Love that place, love that government. I've never seen a tiny little baby government just do whatever it took to serve every single individual inside of their city, regardless of if they have substance use disorder, if they're rich, if they're poor, it did not matter, because everyone matters. So that is I will always hold King City near and dear in my heart, because who would have thought? Little old King City coming out here saying, all right, we'll do it, and then having to deal with all of the debacle of Shangri-La. So anyway, Some of those went to the home, one of the home keys, which is a different conversation for a different day. We actually ended up having to move those people out, but they have all been successfully put in other locations. Those homeless set-aside vouchers, clutch. So those are the main interventions of rapid rehousing. That's how we got most of those folks back into homes. All right, who's responsible? Moving really fast now. 24 CFR 578 is the establishment of the Continuum of Care program. That is a federal program. Locally, it's called the Lead Me Home Continuum of Care. And this is the group of individuals who put this on for you guys today. A COC is responsible for developing a plan. They are responsible for being a collaborative applicant for funding. They are responsible for establishing and managing a homeless management information system. Did you know we have one database that tracks almost every individual we've served in this community? Huh. West knows. We also have a coordinated entry system that's locally known as CARS. We evaluate and improve system performance. We conduct biennial, not biannual, biennial, every other year, unsheltered point in time counts. Next year is the next point in time count. Please volunteer. Could you imagine how many volunteers it takes for us to walk and drive every street in Monterey and San Benito counties? Please volunteer.
At like 4 in the morning.
At 4 in the morning. But it's okay. You can get some donuts. And we also, the Continuum of Care convenes stakeholders and coordinates services to make sure that we are filling the gaps in our community. The Leadership Council is important for us to talk about. That is the governing body of the Continuum of Care. You will see that there are appointed seats. These seats do not generally change. It is more about the position than the person. So if I was to leave, whoever follows behind me will have a seat at the Leadership Council. We have mayors, we have directors from the county, we have supervisors, we have people with lived experience. Please work with the people you are serving. Please. They have a point of view that you do not know about. It is so important to hear from them. It is so important to work with them. They're your partners, they're your allies, they will teach you how to do it better. Elected seats. So there are 6 elected seats, and the Continuum of Care opens those up for nominations, and we vote. There's people from philanthropy, faith-based organizations, housing developers, et cetera, on the elected seats. The county does have a role. It is not the only role. The county is not solely responsible for addressing homelessness. I'm sorry to put that to you. This is an all hands on deck situation, people. You don't want the county to be the only ones working to address homelessness. We have our own bureaucracies. We're a very risk-averse entity. We need everyone else to help. We have a social services component. We have health services. In my county, we have the Homelessness Strategies and Initiatives Division. We also have housing and community development, and disaster and emergency response is a very important component as well, because they're the ones that have to work with individuals and they have no plan to do it. It's just like happened right now. There's a fire, all hands on deck. So they're a really important component of the county's role. The cities has the shortest role, but I'm going to tell you right now, the cities are the most powerful out of all of us. Because cities are the ones that do local policies and ordinances. They're the ones with community development departments that approve land use and zonings. It is really important for you to get involved with your city government. If you don't vote for the feds, vote for the city at least. Go to city council, listen to what they're talking about. Learn about the housing elements. What are they planning to do? Where are they planning to put these programs? Use your voice. The cities are the most powerful out of all of us. Cities. Seaside. And then there's direct service, and cities can also do direct services. Again, shout out to the city of Salinas, who has their own shelter, their own outreach team. They are the ones that also put their neck on the line for those home keys. They do a lot. Cities can do a lot. Small but mighty is okay. And change takes time, so do not give up. I must acknowledge the Coalition of Homeless Services Providers membership. There are a lot of organizations that are part of CHSP's members. Those organizations meet monthly for the board meeting, but they are on all of the committees. There's Monitoring and Evaluations Committee, Governance Committee, Outreach Committee, Rapid Rehousing Committee. They are all working together. There's, subcommittees. There you go. He's going off. HARS, HMIS, all of these committees. These nonprofits deserve a round of applause themselves. And also, the nonprofits, City of Salinas, again in the building, County of Monterey, again, San Benito County, and also the Housing Authority. I really need to underscore that there's several stakeholders in our community. We are all aware of schools, service providers, property managers, advocates, city municipalities, counties, states, federal government, healthcare facilities, all of that. And homelessness has probably the biggest intersectionality than any other thing that we're working on in this world. But the biggest and main stakeholder are people who are experiencing it. So when you are moving in this world, you will interface with many other representatives. Many of those representatives are in this room right now. Thank you for being here. But you all have to remember that our number one customer and consumer are the people experiencing homelessness. Everything that we should do should be based off of helping them become homeful. Oh, that's a good word. We'll do homeful instead of homeless. Number of people experiencing homelessness, there are 2,436 people in Monterey County. That was counted in one day at the end of January. And there are 621 people in San Benito County. 77% of those in Monterey County are unsheltered, and 80% of those in San Benito County are unsheltered. This is one day. It is a horrible misrepresentation of how many people we are serving in a year. When you cross-reference this to HMIS, we're serving, HMIS is the Homeless Management Information System. We serve double that in a year. Vast misrepresentation of what we're facing. Here's the demographics of people who are experiencing homelessness for both counties. You will notice that the arch is actually very similar to each other. We have quite a few people who are over the age of 65 years old. We should be concerned. On a statewide and national level, people who are senior citizens are and experiencing homelessness it's a growing number. Very, very concerning. Very concerning. Because again, if you're getting what, $1,200? How? That's not the $9,000 that I said you needed to get a home. I also think it's important for us to see that there is a difference in the men versus women in the gender categories. But I want to note that in Monterey County, we have way more programs serving women than we do serving men. Men alone are underserved in Monterey County. Men alone are underserved on the peninsula, especially. So if you're opening a new program, please make sure that you include men. I know it's easy for us to fight with the community and say it's women and children, but there are men who need help out there. Leading causes of homelessness, fun fact, it's not alcohol and drug abuse in Monterey County, it is actually financial issues. Primary condition in San Benito County is drug and alcohol abuse, but money is the main problem. And also, we are not dealing with people who are escaping from the Bay Area because they can't afford it. We are dealing with our homegrown neighbors. Monterey County and San Benito County residents make up the vast majority of the people who are experiencing homelessness here. These are people we went to school with. These are people who we grew up with. And I am not saying that lightheartedly. They are literally people I grew up with who are staying outside. But there's a lot to still talk about. Again, this is to help you get it started and have that baseline information before I ask you to help us determine how we need to invest our money. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everybody. We're happy that you joined us today. My name is Abrina Ganadin. I am the Continuum of Care Program Manager for the Coalition. We're going to be talking about elevating lived experience and focusing our conversation around experiences, challenges, and strategies for embedding people with lived experience into programs and policy. So I'll go ahead and hand it over to our panel today.
Hi everyone, Jocelyn Curran. I'm the Senior Director for the Bay Area and Central Coast with Downtown Streets team. We've been operating in Salinas for the past 5.5 years, and we work with folks that are experiencing homelessness by providing a workforce development program, as well as we have a rapid rehousing program.
I'm Jesse Shaw. I work with Interim Incorporated, and we've been around for 50 years now, so 50th year in Monterey County. I work as a wellness navigator and peer advocacy coordinator, and we provide housing services and behavioral health services for people in Monterey County with mental illness or substance use or a combination.
Thanks, Jesse. My name is Julius Mills-Denti. I am the Director of Central California Programs for Step Up on 2nd. And we've been in Monterey now for 4.5 years. And we have programs in Salinas and King City and Soledad as well. So county-wide stuff. Ran a supportive housing program for a while, and now we do a lot of scattered site work. We run a motel in King City, have an encampment resolution project in Soledad, and sort of a widespread case management / housing navigation operation going around town here. So glad to be here to talk about good work. Tim is up.
Tim Hedman, good to see a lot of familiar faces here. First of all, I have lived experience with being homeless or unhoused, as people say. I currently work as a community health worker for St. Vincent and Preventive Family Care. I also am very involved in the fight to end homelessness with other organizations I collaborate and work with and consult with. I'm on the COC Leadership Council Governance Committee. I'm the co-chair of the Monterey Evaluations Committee. I created and I chair the Lived Experience Advisory Directive, the LEAD, which is a 50-member board of people with experienced homelessness. Also, I advocate and I work closely with the Corporation for Supportive Housing on the California State Policy Advisory Committee. And also, there's one more, I'm on the Community Action Board in San Benito County as well. I'm a community health worker though, that's a big part of like engaging like the lived experience part of the work I do, is being a community health worker. That's what they kind of look for, is people with that lived experience to be, I kind of helped spearhead actually this whole CalAIM expansion with the other work I do. And so yeah, that's how kind of we engage the peer supports in the utilization.
Thank you, Tim. All the committees, and yeah, I forgot to ask you guys to briefly share about how you've implemented the utilization of people with lived experience in your organizations as part of your introduction. So can you please share that?
Sure. So we call our clients team members, capital T, capital M, proper noun, because we really want to prioritize them, their opinions, their thoughts, their feelings. We provide compensation for their time as they participate in our program, so I'll talk a little bit more about that in a bit. We also offer part-time employment opportunities for what we call our participant employees. Those are also folks that are experiencing homelessness. And what we do is we provide kind of a pathway through employment. So our team members are folks that are living on the street, haven't had a job for 12 plus weeks. Usually they're chronically homeless. And so we help walk with them through their journey so that they can move from homelessness to full-time employment, and if they're interested, housing as well. And so it's really about honoring their time, providing them with compensation. We also do an annual survey where we are soliciting their thoughts and their opinions about how we're doing, how we're providing services, and what we can do better to make sure that what we're doing is truly meeting their needs.
I'm Jesse, yeah, same. So, just kidding. No, I have a lot more to say. So my bosses are over there, so I gotta grab our mic. But no, yeah, with interim, we really believe in peer advocacy. The program I work for directly is Success Over Stigma, and what it's all about is empowering peers to share their stories and to share their opinions about what works for them. And one of our program aspects is our peer advisory council, and we take one representative, one client, a peer from every interim program. We have so many programs, and we meet every other month and talk about what's going on. And that I'm the only staff member there. I have lived experience with mental health and substance use, but I don't have lived experience with homelessness. But for that council, I'm the only staff, so we all share share what's going on, and it's a way basically for clients to talk directly to the county instead of it being a 5-email chain that falls through the cracks. Almost all our programs have CSWs, community support workers that are all have lived experience, and our wellness navigators all have lived experience either themselves or with a family member. So without that, I mean, that's the biggest thing for me personally. I've received services in Riverside County, where I'm from. Several agencies, I'm not going to mention their names because I have nothing good to say about the agencies I received services from. But coming to interim, that was the biggest thing that I really wanted to work with them, is because it felt like a support team instead of that hierarchy. Whether it's clinicians or psychiatrists or counselors or wellness navigators, it all feels like a support team. And that's all based on what the peer has to say. And part of our recovery task force and peer advisory council, we follow that peer-led movement. And the slogan is "Nothing about us without us." That's our biggest thing.
Love that.
Thanks, Jesse. That's a pretty robust effort you got going. Step Up's gone through a pretty interesting transition over the last year, and we've transitioned from being a daily on-site supportive services provider to a scattered site service provider, which has adjusted the way that we are including folks with lived experience into our programs and our hiring. Prior to the transition, we had a weekly tenant advisory committee that would actually meet on site where the tenants lived. And that wasn't designed to just have it for a news publicity stunt, but it was rather an ongoing group that would actually help inform some of the policy, make recommendations to the property managers, and try to drive change based on how the folks who are living there were impacted. And we implement a similar version in King City, albeit to a lesser extent. We also have a workforce development program where we'll hire folks who are currently enrolled in our programs to work on a stipend basis. And I'll save a little bit of the details about how you can actually implement that into your respective programs and use the money to make that happen for a question that's probably coming down the line here. But that's something that we've done too. Offers a direct pathway to employment that is reasonable for folks who haven't been employed for a long time.
Yeah, thank you guys for that. I want to just lift up the work that interim and downtown streets team and Step Up all do. They're probably at they're operating at a very high level as far as peers go. And I think this whole, not too many people know about the whole Kollin expansion, but like the community health worker involvement and this peer support thing, which I am a community health worker, is really such a significant factor that can be implemented in a lot of programs.
Thank you. All right, next question is for Jesse and Tim, but you guys feel free to give your input. Why is it essential to meaningfully integrate people with lived experience into program design, policy development, and service delivery? And what impact have you seen when this is done well?
So, I love that question. We're both super excited on the practice session of that one. For me, I think what I really wanted to say was that without that voice of the people that we're trying to support, a lot of the times when these programs get rolled out, it's about hiding homelessness. It's about sweeping it under a rug. And without that voice, it's not very human. It's easy to humanize people who are homeless or have substance use or mental health illness. So I think without that aspect, it just becomes dehumanizing, and at the same time, it's also still not considering their self-determination, which is a huge part of supporting people is using their voice. Without that element of people's own experience, we end up speaking for others, and it's not sustainable. We don't know what it feels like to have someone tell us what's best for us. We might agree in the moment because we have to, but it's harder for us to sustain that. And also, I found like an example with that's our peer advisory council, that when we have people that share their own stories, they feel empowered and they want to bring other people to the table who have the same experience. And it's organic and it grows itself, and it's not punitive. Because I think when you don't allow people to speak for themselves about something that concerns them directly, it's the same as telling them you are not competent, you are not a member of the community, and that's the biggest problem we're having. Is we're trying to not repair. When we don't include them, we're trying to eliminate or quiet. So I think that's the most important part. And when it works, when we do it right, it's like I said, it's organic and it's self-sustaining, and it's I'm trying to think of the best word, but basically it runs itself, and it allows everyone to be a part of it in ways that really matter.
Thank you for that. I think there's a saying, I don't know if everyone's heard it or not, it's nothing about us without us, right? And it's essential to have meaningful integration of people with this experience into program designs, policy development, and service delivery, because we carry the type of expertise first that can't be learned from, like textbooks or reading. This is a real lived experience. We could relate. It's hard for anyone to meet someone where they're at if they haven't been there. We could say we're meeting them where they're at, but are we meeting them where they're at, or are we meeting them where we want them to be at? And I found that interesting in the Housing First conversation earlier, and I wish I was here to address that with a lot of folks, is we know firsthand the gaps, the barriers, and the unintended consequences that often get overlooked when programs are designed without the input of people with lived experience. And when we involve individuals with lived experience from the beginning, we create systems that are not only more compassionate, culturally relevant, but also far more effective. Our voices ensure that services are person-centered rather than system-centered, and services that actually meet people where they are, or instead of where they assume they should be. So there's a different, I always look at it on policy level, service delivery level, and then this our insight. On the policy level, our insight helps dismantle harmful stereotypes and exposes policy blind spots that professionals without those experience might miss. It also shifts the focus from managing symptoms of addressing root causes and driving real systemic change. And service delivery, having people with lived experience involved fosters trust, breaks down stigma, and creates environments where clients feel seen, heard, and respected. It humanizes the work. It builds authentic relationships, and often leads to better engagement, retention, and outcomes. And so I just want to mention that meaningful integration is crucial. I think there's a lot of tokenism that happens that I've noticed as well. And it's about recognizing that lived expertise is a professional expertise. It's about partnerships, power sharing, and building systems that are designed with the people they serve. Thank you.
So yeah, I wanted to add something real quick to that, Tim. Just what you're sharing, really. I think even specifically, not only having people who have lived experience, but have lived experience in that county that they're offering services. Because you learn a lot when you're providing services on how to navigate it, but you learn the most when you've had to navigate it yourself. My program manager, Katrina, she was a client of Interns for years before she became the program manager, and I've never seen someone deliver services so well, because she's like, oh yeah, you got to go to she knows exactly what to do and what needs to be done from that perspective, instead of this kind of bullet point robotic, something you find on a website you can't find with someone who has lived experience in that particular county even, or even the city. And the people, we just saw, the last presentation we saw was 81% of people in Monterey County that are homeless are from here. They're not, a big stereotype is that people from the Bay are coming out and receiving services. It's not the case. So we need people who are not only have lived experience, but have lived experience here.
I also think about it like this, they always say an addict can best serve and help another addict, right? The same thing with anything else in life. The person with that experience can best serve that person with homelessness, anything in life really. That peer support that's been through it obviously is going to be the best to be able to help that person.
I think a lot of what happens when somebody is unsheltered is they're treated in, like Jesse was saying, a dehumanizing way, and there's a loss of dignity that comes with that. And so the bare minimum that we can do as service providers is to treat the people we serve with dignity, and part of that is hearing what they have to say, honoring what they have to say, and taking it seriously, implementing it into our programs, because without that, we could be providing a service that is deeply unuseful, and that's not a good use of time, resources. And so if we really want to serve the population that we're focusing on, we have to hear from them directly about what it is that they need. Because like the panel is saying, without that lived experience, there is no way for somebody to truly understand. We can empathize, we can have an open heart and an open mind, but we can't actually understand what it is to worry about where you're going to use the restroom, where are you going to shower, so that you can show up for whatever your obligations are that day. So from DST's perspective, it's kind of the bare minimum that we can do is to listen to the voice of those with lived experience and make sure that it's deeply embedded in the services we provide.
Good answers, guys. Thank you. All right, this next question, I think we might have touched on this a little, but just to dive a little deeper, Julius and Jocelyn. What are some common challenges organizations face when trying to move from tokenism to true partnership with individuals with lived experience? And how can these challenges be addressed?
All right, that's a big question. And I've thought about it a little bit, and I think Jesse and Tim shared some convincing points that I'll try to capture in my answer here. When we think about tokenism, we think about like a symbolic and perfunctory way of lifting someone from an underrepresented group up and into the limelight, but not building sustainable systems within our programs that will allow those folks to have continued long-term success. So for homeless service providers, this may look like a featured news article with a person who's moved beyond homelessness, and that might be posited as a success story, right? It might be an organization's way of putting stuff on their social media page around the folks who are doing well within their programs. And all of this stuff is important. I don't want to say that it's not, because it acknowledges the good work that we're doing and it affirms our efforts. But at times it can hide the structural obstacles that perpetuate homelessness and cause homelessness and allow folks to not engage in those really important discussions. And I think we run the risk of overdoing it and saturating our success stories with the people we serve and not really looking at what we're doing when we're failing to serve those who are enrolled in our programs. And to take it a step further, I think a couple ways we can address the challenges of tokenism. I think there's some practical things that programs can do right away. One thing that Step Up's done is we've actually built in our job descriptions when we were a supportive housing provider that the tenant advisory committee has to meet weekly. So every service coordinator who came in was responsible for facilitating that group and ensuring that it continues and isn't just a one-time thing when there's disgruntled tenants at your property. You can have your HR, so you can work with your HR teams on making that a condition of a job description. If you are in the supportive housing business, making sure that's built into the job description so your staff, when they come in, your Lyme staff, are prepared to start facilitating those groups and have the professional support to do so. I think you can also hire people on a stipend basis. And you want to look at like, what's cool about some of the stuff that funds our programs, the HAP and the ERF money, is that it's flexible enough to build in hiring folks with lived experience into your staffing structure. And so what we've done is we'll hire folks who might not be ready for full-time or even part-time work on a stipend basis and build the efficacy for them, build the efficacy with them for a while until they're ready to transition into community-based employment. And we'll put that on a line item in personnel or a separate line item in workforce development and actually submit that to the funder. And I think one more thing, I think Tim talked about genuine relationships. We talk a lot about building relationships, but we often don't talk about how we do that. I think it's really important for service providers to really think about the how they're building relationships with people with lived experience. I was doing a CARS assessment with a client in King City recently, and I tested this this out. I asked him, how long has he experienced homelessness? And he hated the fact that I used the word experience in my question. He said, I haven't experienced homelessness, I am homeless. And then maybe never want to say people have experienced homelessness again, even though it's a small sample size. And his statement was, it was less about learned helplessness. It wasn't that his homelessness was an identity stamp, but it was more of a statement of resistance when he was sitting across from a social worker who was pushing paperwork. And so I want to say to everybody in this room that what you say really matters. And the language of resistance should influence how you're operating with the people that you serve. So the most difficult and the resistant clients should not be the clients who are discharged from your programs for non-compliance. They should be the clients who test you to adjust your approach. And I think the same is true for the language of change. When you hear change and when you talk with people about how they've overcome their homelessness or moved beyond it, you want to capture those moments and then try to create systems around them. And I know that's a big general statement, but it's worth paying attention to.
Part of the challenge that we are struggling with is that funders are motivated by those success stories. And so as nonprofits that are looking for that funding so that we can serve more individuals, we need to kind of pander to that demographic. And so there is a place for these kinds of stories. But what we try to do at DST is we have weekly success meetings. And so at those meetings, what we're doing is we're celebrating every kind of success. If somebody smokes one less cigarette that day, that's something that's worth celebrating. If they have gone to the dentist and they've been avoiding it for years and years, that is a success that we want to celebrate. Success looks different for everybody, and so while for certain audiences it does have a box that it fits in, we want to make sure that every individual we serve is recognized for the effort that they're putting in, whatever that effort might look like. I think we also, we ask everyone to show up and give their 100%, recognizing that everybody's 100% looks different. And so that also feeds into why success looks different for everybody, because maybe just showing up that day is a success for somebody, and that in and of itself is worth celebrating. And so what we try to do also to address this, kind of highlighting certain voices or those that are louder or potentially more well-spoken or their story is more compelling. What we really want to do is as I mentioned before, we have this annual survey. And so what we're doing is we're asking folks, have you been to the hospital less since engaging with Downtown Streets team? Have you been having more positive interactions with law enforcement since engaging with DST? How do you feel seen and heard by your case manager? Do you feel respected by the program manager? And so we're making sure that at least on an annual basis we have this touch point with all of our folks so that we make sure they do feel valued, that they do feel that their voice is heard, and that we want to implement what it is that they have to say. And on a more kind of monetary basis, we have our stipends, and those come in the form of gift cards, and that is for folks that are participating in our weekly workshops and our weekly success meetings. So it's part of that, compensating folks for spending 2 hours of their week with us, learning employment-related skills, working on the soft skills and the hard skills that are necessary for employment. So sometimes there's arts and crafts, and it's about vision boarding and really kind of thinking about what their future might look like when they haven't done that yet. Or it's something about as tangible as resume building. Let's sit down, let's work out what you can add to your resume so that when you go to a job fair, you have something to hand to folks. And so when we're providing them with those stipends, the point is to help them meet their basic needs so that they can transition from survival mode to goal setting mode. Because if you're worried about where your meal is going to come from, or where you're going to use the restroom, or how you're going to get your toothbrush and your toothpaste paid for, you can't think about what you need to think about in order to secure employment. And so we want to make sure that our gift cards are useful. And so we're taking polls on a consistent quarterly basis saying, okay, are these still the gift cards that you want to receive? Are these the denominations that are most helpful to you? And so we're just making sure that we're having those consistent checkpoints with folks so that we can ensure that our services are meeting the needs as much as possible.
Thanks, guys. All right, next question is for Tim and Julius. Can you share examples of advisory boards, leadership roles, or co-design programs where people with lived experience played a central and effective role, and what made these efforts successful?
I guess I'll go first. So, yeah, this is a really great question, and I think that we have a lot of improvement that we could make in this area, this question, because I just want to touch on, like, when I was hearing the Housing First conversation earlier, I felt like this is the one thing, that Housing First is not just housing, it's wraparound services that come with it. And the best model is having a peer support, social worker and another worker working as a team collaboratively with the client. And so a lot of the issues that I heard discussed could be addressed if there was that team able to work with the client. But if we don't have that team able to work with the client, then that's, we're not going to have that same success. So I just want to mention that I think that's an area where we can improve on. I did, so I created and I chaired the Lived Experience Advisory Directive. And, when I did that, I was on the Leadership Council, and I just felt like my voice wasn't enough. I felt like we needed more people, to be a voice for the voiceless, because a lot of folks out there, they don't have a voice. It's hard for them to advocate for themselves, so I created the lead as a way to do that. It's not just a symbolic board, it has voting power though, and so we review policies before they are finalized and regularly present recommendations to the Leadership Council. Because of our input, we have worked toward changing intake process to be more trauma-informed care, simplified housing applications, and push for low-barrier housing first navigation set of models that will lead to significantly higher placement rates, people that want to actually get into programs, that there's a lot of folks, as an outreach worker, it is so hard sometimes to get folks to even want to go into a program because of the experience they've had elsewhere. And then when we get them into the program, it's like they're quickly exited for any reason, and it's like, wow, that's crazy, as hard as it was for them to get in there, And so having, and then also in the leadership roles. So I've been serving on the Leadership Council for about 5 years now. I created the lead. I started working with ASN doing homeless outreach, and as St. Vincent as a community health worker. The doors haven't closed though. I've stepped into further leadership roles. I co-chair the Monterey Evaluations Committee, and also I'm on the California State Policy Advisory Committee. So I work closely with people like Alex, who was here speaking earlier, and I go to frequent meetings with state officials and leaders to advocate for policy changes, I think this is my personal experience, one of my highlights of my advocacy efforts and leadership roles is several weeks ago in Sacramento, I got to present next to Assemblymember Gibson in Sacramento and introducing a new monumental bill, Assembly Bill 1165, which will create a permanent funding stream for homelessness and housing. And I was watching him go and speak, and he was like, wow, this sounds like Martin Luther King, but I got to speak after him, and it was really just a highlight of how engaging people with lived experience it could progress. I mean, I should be an example of the progression that can be made, but I didn't do it alone. I had some great support out there too. So yeah, that's all I have.
I'm wondering how many people in the room knew that Tim was doing all this stuff. Okay, good. I'm asking because it's important, because it sort of leads to what I want to talk about and how I want to answer this question is, and I'm not trying to tell you any more work, we're friends, but I was like, Tim should be having regular community forums where the people in this room and in the other rooms can attend. And that way he can share the work that he and his group are doing and actually share these results on a screen. Because until he just shared them with me, even though some of our clients overlap in the community and we talk about work from time to time, I wasn't aware of all this stuff. And I think that's a structural issue that goes back to the question I answered formerly. So there needs to be more opportunities for this kind of engagement. Step Up, like I said, we've done tenant advisory boards. I think a highlight for us was when I think about including people with lived experience into program design and program facilitation. It also means including members of the community. So we had the fire chief, we had Salinas PD, we had intern staff, we had Salinas outreach team. A couple of years ago, we had a big community circle at our Work Street site with about 40 folks, followed by breakout groups that were led by the members themselves about the pressing issues in the community. And a lot of people attended that. And yes, that was a one-time event, but it shows that people do want to come participate in a community-oriented process that feels fair. And I think the how we participate is very important too. It's one thing to have a tenant advisory group that just talks about policy and expresses all their frustrations about how screwed up everything is. It's another thing to have the people participating in that group really feel connected. So in Soledad a couple weeks ago, this wasn't the best one we've ever done, but it was funny. A staff got bit by one of our clients' dogs, and I felt bad for her. That's a sidebar. But we had a big restorative circle with a ball of yarn, and we passed the ball of yarn around, and the person who passed it asked a question, and then the receiver answered that question. So tell me about a time in your life when you overcame an obstacle, and how did you make that happen? What's one change in your life that you would like to make, and what's getting in your way? And these are universal questions. They don't just sort of categorize the homelessness experience. If you thought about a change that you want to make in your life, like I've been trying to make the same change for 10 years and can't do it, right? And so we're a lot more connected that way. And then at the end, the ball of yarn makes this cool web, and you drop it on the floor, and it's symbolic of how individual differences can sort of be celebrated within the context of a community. So when we think about our advisory boards and our participation, how we're including people, think about the process of inclusion, and if those folks that are sitting there with you actually feel it, or if you're just doing it because it's a perfunctory thing to do that you put on your grant, right? So those are some things that I think you can do when you're operating these tenant advisory committees. Make sure they're consistent, make sure the participation is felt, and people have a voice, and the discussion topics are universal, and they're not, I guess, dichotomous.
I think this was a two-part question too, right? I think, I was just looking at it now, but like the efforts to meaningfully integrate people to the experience were like the success of that would be like shared power and decision making, right? And actually, it really needs to start with the leadership, though. You know, it has to start with the leadership. There has to be leadership buy-in. You know, if the leadership hasn't bought in, nothing's going to change. Nothing's going to happen. You know, you have to have leadership all across government, organizations. They have to buy in and realize that this is a solution. Like the solution, this lived experience is not just about inclusivity, it's about evidence-based results, you know what I'm saying? Like Housing First is the only evidence-based results, like program that's ever been known. You know, so there's a bunch of other things that we've tried all that over the years, you know? This is the first one that's actually evidence-based proven to work, you know what I'm saying? But it's about having that buy-in that it does work, you know, and it's about having that inclusivity. People with lived experience, you know, compensation and value recognition, you know, support and professional development, you know, like empowering people. You know, we have to empower people. Like Julius was saying, like all we could do, like motivational hearing is a huge part of that too, and just like trying to get people to think about questions and stuff they wouldn't normally think about. You know what I mean? It's just sparking that thought for change. You know what I mean? It's really crucial.
I think one thing I'd like to add is that part of making sure that folks are embedded in leadership structures is just trusting that those with lived experience have a voice that is worth being heard, and also that they are inherently capable. What we have found is that the kind of pervasive narrative is that those that are unsheltered are simply not capable of holding down full-time employment for XYZ reason. But we have embedded leadership opportunities within our program. And we have come to see on a day-to-day basis how incredibly capable and supercharged their powers are when it comes to motivating those that are picking up debris on the streets or are having a bad day and they're showing up to a workshop. Those that have that lived experience, when they are put into management roles, they step up, and they step up in a huge, huge way. They care more, they try harder, they are there every single day wanting to show just how capable they are. And so by providing opportunities for folks to step up, they will every single time.
Thank you guys. You guys are giving some really great answers here. Next one is for Jocelyn, and then Julius as well if you want to tap in. Compensation is often a barrier when engaging people with lived experience. What are best practices for fairly compensating for their time and expertise?
Sure, so I've touched on this a little bit. So we have different layers of compensation that we provide, and we have different strategies that we employ to make sure that those methods are successful. So first up is the stipends that I've mentioned, and so that is simply for showing up to our weekly workshop or our weekly success meeting. The main tip to success there is that we are consistent with what we are providing, when we are providing it, and the denominations in which folks can choose their gift cards. We also, choose is the operative word there. We're not just handing out the same thing every single time, assuming that there's a one-size-fits-all solution. We have a variety of gift cards that folks can choose from, and they get to choose every single week. So maybe one week they need gas for their car, great, they can get an ARCO card. Maybe the next week they actually need to get some new shoes, so they want a Walmart card. And so we make sure that by having a whole slew of different gift cards, that folks can really choose whatever best suits them for that week. We also have these part-time positions that we're offering, and we're paying competitive wages, $17 to $19 an hour for folks that are working 20 hours a week. And so our kind of programmatic philosophy is that we are starting with folks that have been out of the workforce for a very, very long time. They're not used to showing up places at a specific time. Teamwork is a new skill that they need to build. Being managed by somebody is a new skill that they need to build, or it's a rusty skill that they need to kind of brush up on. And so by showing up to these weekly workshops and to the weekly success meeting, they're able to build those skills again. And then at those meetings, they are building additional skills, like I mentioned, the resume building, and we do mock interviews and kind of the whole slew of different services that might be necessary so that folks can be successful in an interview setting, but then also successful when they progress to part-time or full-time employment. So they start out as a team member, showing up to these weekly workshops and success meetings. Then, if they're interested, they do not have to. Everything about our case management philosophy is opt-in. That's part of how we meet folks where they're at. And so if they do want to move forward, we have these part-time employment opportunities. They're showing up 20 hours a week. They have to clock in using a system. They have our program manager that they're reporting to. They are then managing other folks, and so they're building management-related skills that they can then add to their resume. And they're receiving hourly wages in order to do so. And so there's this pathway that they are following, and so we want to extend that pathway as long as possible so that they can truly be successful, because the idea is that once they've done this part-time employment for 6 to 12 months, they're ready for full-time employment, 40 hours a week, and we're helping them secure that employment. And it is in jobs that they want to really be in. So we're not saying you need to do X, Y, Z because of your experience. We're saying, okay, what are you interested in? Do you like being outside? Do you like being inside? Do you want to do customer service? Would you rather do health services? And then what we do is we use our employment specialists, our case managers, and we try and find opportunities that really best suit their skill set so that they can move on to a career. And so we're always acknowledging what their contributions are. At the success meeting, we're telling our STE participant employees, thank you for showing up. Thank you for supporting team members in this way and making sure that we're giving public recognition to folks, because compensation does make a difference, but it's also about building folks up, helping them really hard charge their self-confidence and see that not only am I doing a good job here, but I'm valued here, and what I'm doing makes a difference. And so all of those things together are what we've seen help our folks be most successful in pursuing full-time employment. Oh, and open communication always. I just looked my notes, sorry. But one of the things that our case managers do incredibly well is building these trust-based relationships with our clients, our team members. And so we consider ourselves professional problem solvers. And so somebody might have a bad day and their backpack got stolen. They will call a case manager and they will say, I just lost all my stuff. Do you have XYZ at the office? And we will do everything we can to help them get what they need so that they can get through the night, the week, anything that might help them in that way. But our folks, our case managers are available, within business hours, but always. And so it's not about, you could walk in and you would have the same access as somebody that wasn't at actively participating in our program. And so you can call, you can text, you can show up. The office is open. And so by maintaining that open communication with our folks, we try really hard to walk the walk and to make sure that our folks know that we do that on a regular basis.
We've talked a lot about how we implement people with lived experience into programs and, including their voices and things like that. But more specifically, how can organizations, for Jesse and Tim, how can organizations ensure that lived experience voices are not only heard, but have real influence in decision-making processes?
A big thing that came up earlier that Jocelyn was saying that really stuck out for this question was in terms of having people, not only empowering people, but having their voices actually come to fruition, what they want to actually implement. I think a big part of it, from what I've seen, is kind of goes back to what we're talking about. Not only picking people, selecting people with lived experience who are like poster children for it, who have the perfect non-symptomatic voice or the most coherent. It's really about the lived experience in total. And I look at it from a mental health and substance use background, but in terms of like relapse and the fact that recovery, including housing, stable housing, is not linear, and the fact that if someone can share their story, while struggling, that's really empowering for other people, and because that's the most humanizing part. Because if you see someone, say for instance, with the analogy of substance use, if you see someone who has 30 years sober, and they're speaking to someone who has a month sober, it's a big gap. It's a big gap in understanding. But someone who's navigated the housing system in Monterey County, for example, and has been failed, and has been successful, and has, they've been homeless, they've had housing, they're temporary, permanent, all these things, their story is going to be a lot more powerful from my experience as a service provider. I've seen that those kind of stories be more effective, and they're just more realistic in the long run. And but in terms of having the more people on various different stages of recovery or stages of homelessness, or that's, I think, having those multiple voices really ensures that their voices get heard. If it's one person, it's still, I've seen it happen. Basically what I'm trying to say is there's still a hierarchy. Someone who's been in house for 20 years, they haven't been homeless in 20 years, they'll tend to, from my experience, get heard a little more than someone who was just homeless a month ago. And in order for them to, I think their opinions and their voices to be heard, it needs to be just like everyone else. There needs to be multiple voices, not just one, person with lived experience. That's one way. And the second thing I wanted to share was just that, for example, when we have our peer advisory council, the fact is that we take notes, for example, like hard notes on those groups, everyone gets sent it, and they're able to check those notes before they go anywhere. Because sometimes, even with someone sharing their voice, a staff member or a clinician might, reword it so it's a little more coherent, and it totally changes the message. And sometimes it waters down, and it stops being their voice. And so I think, we have to treat it like it was a clinician's voice, but also, we have to support them. And sometimes clients need support in wording it in a way that it's easier to hear, but we don't want to change the message. And I think that's the biggest thing is don't treat it any different than a clinician's voice in that way.
So we have to give, the lived experience is to me, it's that's the most important piece of any organization, should be the most important piece of any organization when creating their rules, regulations, and policies, and just overall program in general. Not just to, we got to give lived experience people real decision-making authority, not just advisory roles. Involve them early, co-design, don't just consult. Pay them fairly and remove barriers to participation. Create safe, inclusive spaces where they can thrive. Build leadership skills and offer ongoing support. Track and show how their input is used. Leaderships must actively back and model respect for lived experience. Just for my situation, I felt purpose in my life by getting involved in this fight to end homelessness, and a lot of people that could be their purpose as well. It doesn't have to be mine, and that's the most important I think we can do is instill a little hope and love and show a little hope and love, for people. They've lost, people have lost all hope, they don't care enough about themselves anymore even, so we have to show that, we have to bring love and care with us everywhere we go, you know, and just try to empower them and show them that they are cared about and that they are worth it, that they do have a purpose.
There's a lot of different ways that you can compensate folks in your programs to meet different needs, right? So at our old project, there was a massive landscaping need. There wasn't enough in the maintenance budget to actually hire a full-time groundskeeper. So we employed 4 of our members on a super part-time basis to handle all of the groundskeeping or the porter duties that would have built into one full-time job description. If you have a stipend program through your organization, you can partner with the police department if they need support on groundskeeping around their department office. If you are a city council member who could use support with some basic data entry, there could be 6 to 10 hours available that you could work on an MOU with the service provider. And because it's a stipend payment, you're not held liable for a lot of the things that you would be if you hired a full-time employee with benefits. And so that gives someone a pathway to employment and also creates sustainable partnerships within the community and debunks the whole notion of othering that happens when we talk about people experiencing homelessness. When I worked with Soledad on the budget for our new ERF project, Meghan and Beatrice, they're in the room right now, they knew about a person in the program and wanted to build it in the budget to make sure that that person would become employed through the grant funding. And the chief of police and the chief of fire also discussed this person as well, who is currently living in a motel, but this was part of the project design and a big part of the discourse before we even began our work. So you want to just think outside of your own organization as well. Look at the partnering agencies that you work with. See if they have needs that can be met. If you're next to a hotel that needs to fill a need somewhere, whether it's general maintenance, trash pickup, some sort of work that can be done, make it happen, because those are, you know, ways to sort of bridge the gap.
Tim, I feel like you guys have so efficiently answered all these questions and then some, and so we've kind of probably touched base on the last couple questions, but Tim, this one's for you. What strategies can help shift organizational culture to value lived experience as professional expertise?
Yeah, I'll just echo what I was really saying earlier about just, it has to start at the top, you know what I'm saying? It has to start at the top with leadership, modeling, and commitment, and then embedding lived experience into policies and structures, equal pay and career pathways, and just having like cultural humility and anti-bias training. I think a lot of it goes into training too. And I know we're, you know, and like Jocelyn was saying earlier, like highlight and celebrate lived experience success stories. You know what I mean? That's important to do. Build strong mentorship and peer support systems. I think that's probably the biggest thing that we can do is just develop the system of peer supports. Like I said, when people find purpose in their life, like I've been through a lot in my life, incarceration, homelessness, but everything came to a full circle when I realized that this was my purpose. You know, everything happened for a reason. It's because it instilled me with that wisdom that I can't get from a book, you know, and that really gave me a purpose and drive in my life, and I'm sure it can in many other folks' lives as well. And yeah, and just implement like accountability measures for it as well. And
last question for all of you. Can you provide examples, which you already have a little, but examples of how your organization meets people where they are and why this is a priority?
So for us, we consider ourselves a low barrier program. So what that means is that somebody can show up at a success meeting with nothing, and all we need is their signature on our intake form, and we can provide them with services. They get to choose what services they receive. It is opt-in case management always. We're never going to tell somebody what they need to do or how they need to do it. We want them to meet us halfway, and so we ask them, we do a goals assessment, and we ask them, what are your goals, personal, professional, and otherwise? And then we make a plan with them, what feels achievable, what feels possible. And we work with them as they move forward through all of those goals. And so that is a hugely core piece of what we do. We also, we're trauma informed. We recognize that every individual has a story. There's a reason why somebody is struggling with substance use disorder. There is a reason why they're not in communication with their family. And so we want to support everyone regardless of what their past is so that they can achieve their goals and move forward to self-sufficiency. And the final thing is we really believe that there is no one-size-fits-all solution here. Every person that is experiencing homelessness is an individual. They do have their own past. And so the services that we provide are individualized based on that person, what they need, what they want. And I think that is a very core piece to meeting somebody where they are, what is possible. That looks different for everyone. And we wouldn't want to discourage somebody from moving forward towards achieving their goals because we have set parameters around that are discouraging. And so yeah, low barrier program, individualized approach, trauma-informed, lots of empathy.
I think for interim, I think it's the whole piece is having the lived experience. Almost all of our, like I said, wellness navigators and community support workers have lived experience. So a lot of the time, a client or peer's first interaction is going to be with someone with lived experience. I think that's huge, and I think that really, that helps destigmatize it, and it helps build rapport. A lot of people, they don't want to deal with clinicians because they've had negative traumatic experiences before. And but I know with my program, specifically Success Over Stigma, there was one specific example that was really powerful that had a peer that was sharing their story. They were like the head person for this program, and they had had a relapse in their housing, in their substance use, which consequence was put their housing at risk, and they were hospitalized. And while they were hospitalized, they were invited to speak on another panel, and this organization had gotten stipends to buy this client's books. They were a writer, and basically while they were in the hospital, this client found out that they were asked to speak and to share their story, and that became a big part of their recovery. They gave them something to look forward to right out of the hospital, gave them a reason to stay in their housing, to do these things, and everyone was so encouraging, and it's not, it wasn't stigmatized or punished or anything like that. And I think a big part of interim is that it's just like Tim was saying, it's not housing, it's not just housing first, it's not housing only either, it's the whole thing. And providing that sense of community is going to be I think that's what's most long lasting for all of our clients' success, is just having a system that perpetuates itself within recovery. And I think that's that, and it's the biggest part of that is sharing, having people who have lived experience be part of it, not just consuming services, but actually providing them as well.
Thanks, Jesse. I think Step Up tries to meet people where they're at through the exchange of language and how we listen. I think, and I probably can be annoying, some of my staff are here, I don't like it when we're working with members and we say sounds like after they say things. I don't like it when we do the active listening, what I hear you saying. So I don't like any of this prescriptive pathologizing of people. That's not something I'm interested in. So when we work with folks who may be expressing resistance or sharing things with us, we try to practice our conversations and role play them as if we were talking with our friends, and actually hearing what they're saying and not being safeguarded by the way that we preface our words. So that helps. I think a lot of the times homeless services sort of oscillate between being punitive and being safeguarded by rules in their programs and participation expectations, and permissive, where we bring handouts and we give you a lot of things, and we show up every week, and if we don't show up, you're mad at us, right? But the magic exists between those two spaces, and it's when we have a high expectation, but we match it with a high level of support. And we can do that in a lot of different ways, and one of those ways is having conversations about what people want to accomplish in their life, and then asking follow-up questions about how they're going to design their roadmap to do that. And we hold them accountable to what they say, and then develop discrepancies and create spaces for reflection when they don't get there. We don't discharge them from programs, and that's one way that we do it.
That's a great explanation. I love that. So I speak about this quite often. I don't know if it many people know me, but I always speak about meeting people where they're at. And like I was preaching earlier, that it's to meet people where they're at, we have to like understand, we have to overstand, actually not understand, but think first to overstand before to be understood, right? And really try to put ourselves in their shoes and just be genuine. They're just another person, just like you are, you know, and it's stigmatizing and stereotyping, it's oppressive when we put people in a box and we don't give them, like Jocelyn said, we got to give every individual their unique person, you know what I'm saying, their own unique story, you know what I'm saying, their own unique person. And we have to be appreciative of that fact, you know, and empowerment starts with trust, dignity, and respect for each other's unique journey, you know. So we have to trust that folks are capable of making their own decisions, right? So, like, we have to provide them with autonomy. This is the method that works best, proven, you know. Other people might not think that way, but this is the fact, you know what I'm saying? Not only does it provide them with the respect, but also it dignifies them and it just provides them more hope that, you know, we're trusting that this person is a person and has a brain and is smart enough to figure some stuff out, you know. But what we could do to meet people where they're at, like when we meet people where they're at, we don't have to, we try to understand where they're at, but we don't leave them there necessarily, right? We don't just leave them there. There's techniques that we use, and like Julius was saying, like there's motivational interviewing techniques. I think it's like the most important, one of the most important things, learning how to empower people. But you can't. It's all about building relationships with people. Once you have that relationship established with the person, there's a lot you could do. There's a lot more realness you can have with that person, and I think that is like just such a crucial fact. Is just being able to utilize that in street-based outreach. There's different ways you could utilize it, but you know, it's getting people to think about questions that they normally wouldn't think about. That's what the key concept of motivational interviewing is, to get them to think about things they normally wouldn't think about. And then, on a scale of 0 to 10, how likely were you at? I'm not asking you this question for myself, it's so you could ask yourself that question. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the whole key of motivational interviewing. It's not for us to have the answers, it's for them to ask themselves. You know, so meet people where they're at, it's just really about like understanding where they're at. And that's why lived experience is so crucial, is because it's hard for anyone. I can't understand where anyone's at if I haven't really been there for similar situations. Thank you.
Hello. Well, my answer was actually answered with this last question. You know, having to work out in the field, I noticed that the hardest part is just helping someone feel like they're worthy of a position like this. And it's just like a back and forth, you know, because they come to work and then probably go out for the night and something might happen and they feel kind of back to square one. So that last question was very impactful for me, so thank you.
Any more questions? That's our panel discussion for today. Thank you all for joining us. All right, how's everyone feeling? It's the end of the day. We did it. All right, so as we come to close the 2025 Lead Me Home Summit on Homelessness, I want to take a moment to reflect on an incredible presentation, conversations, insights, and collaborations we shared today. As a new executive here at the Coalition, I'm extremely proud of how the course of the day went. We've heard from inspiring speakers, panelists, engaged in thoughtful discussions, explored some innovative solutions to one of the most pressing challenges facing our communities. The commitment and passion each and every one of you that brings to this work is both humbling and motivating. I hope you walk away today with not only new knowledge and practical tools, but also a renewed sense and purpose and partnership. Our Lead Me Home plan provides us with a strategic roadmap, but it's the people in this room and all throughout this building, the policymakers, the service providers, the educators, the advocates,
the individuals with lived experience who will drive this success. Together, we have the power to transform these plans into real, lasting change. I want to extend my deepest gratitude to our partners, the County of Monterey, Roxanne Wilson, her team, Alex Altera and his team. The Monterey County Office of Education, Donna Smith, Justin Parker, and their amazing staff. And to my team, the Coalition staff, who has dealt with me being crazy for the past year to make sure that this goes off with flying colors. And I appreciate each and every one of you guys because I could not have done any of this without all of you. And to our sponsors and their generous contributions. We can't put on events like this with the funding that we have, and they stepped out in believing in something that we're all doing. And I thank you for financially contributing to something like this that's like one of a kind in Monterey and San Benito counties. Thank you to our speakers, our panelists, for sharing your expertise, your experiences. Your voices have been invaluable in shaping today's discussions and guiding our path forward. Finally, to all of our attendees, your presence, engagement, and commitment to the work that we're doing throughout the counties are super impactful. As you return to your organizations, in your communities, I encourage you to keep the conversations going. Strengthen the partnerships that you have formed here today, or don't leave here without forming a new partnership. And take bold steps forward into ending homelessness, keeping the people we serve in the forefront of every decision that you make. Together, we can build a future where every individual has a safe, stable, and dignified place to call home. And I hope that we can all do that together. Thank you guys, and you guys have safe travels.